Hello there and welcome to our course on Microsoft Project 2019. My name is Deborah and I'm your instructor on this course. Now, if you've studied Microsoft Project with Simon Says IT before, then you may have come across one of the other project courses that we have available. So you can see we have basic and advanced versions for 2016, 2013 and also 2010. Now, as I mentioned at the start, my name's Deborah and I'm a MOS certified TAP accredited IT trainer. And I've been working in the IT training arena for about 11 years now, and I have a background in the IT industry, and I've been working in the IT industry for about 24 years, so quite a lot of time. I've worked in both the public and the private sector, and I've conducted predominantly Microsoft training across roughly 25 different countries. And I've taught Microsoft Project in classrooms many times, and my own experience extends to work in both the private and the public sectors in the UK and also in Australia. So hopefully that gives me a really good foundation in which to be presenting this course for you today. Now, I mentioned just now that you may well have studied Microsoft Project with Simon Says IT before, and I'm going to assume on this course that you have pretty much no knowledge of Microsoft Project. This really is a course that's aimed primarily at people who are new to using Microsoft Project. So if you have used it before, you may find that some of the early sections involve material that you're fairly familiar with. But particularly for the first 2 or 3 sections, I do suggest that you go through them, because in those I'll cover some of the main aspects of Project 2019 that may be different from the version of Project that you're used to. And I'll also cover things like what's new in Project 2019. If you are completely new to Microsoft Project, and I appreciate that many of you will be, I will be assuming that you're familiar with Windows software. So you know how to do some basic things like copy and paste. And to some extent, I'll assume that you may have used the Microsoft ribbons before, although I will explain it just in case you haven't. And in particular, I will assume that you have a good basic knowledge of project management itself. So you'll know what I mean when I talk about things like schedule, resources, and over allocation. If you don't understand some of those basic concepts in project management, you probably need to cover a bit of basic material on project management in general first before you go through this course, because this course does very much rely on a reasonable knowledge of what's involved in managing a project. Now, one thing I'm not going to do is assume that we're managing projects in a particular field. My field's always tended to be IT one way or another, but in fact the main sample projects that I'm going to use on this course don't really have anything to do with IT at all. We're going to refit a bathroom, or rather you are, and I'm going to organise a wedding. Now, neither of those have anything in particular to do with IT. Now, what you can see here is the Project Professional 2019 start screen, and we're talking about the desktop software here. We're not going to be covering things like Project Online in this course. So in the next few sections, we're going to talk about the structure of the course, and in particular, I'm going to start to talk about the projects that we're going to work through as we're working through the course. So essentially, if you already have Project installed on your PC, you can skip the next section and go straight to the one after that, where I'm going to talk about the structure. For those of you who don't have Project already installed on your PC, you'll need to go through the next section with me and I'll explain what your options are. So that's it for this section. I will see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, I want to talk about the versions of Microsoft Project that are available. And for those of you who don't yet have Microsoft Project installed, I recommend the version or versions that are most appropriate for use on this course. So I'll talk briefly about acquiring and installing Project 2019. Now, one thing you'll hear me say quite a bit on the course about Microsoft products is that I'm looking at a page on Microsoft.com here that's probably going to be different by the time you come to look at it. They tend to change these pages on a really regular basis, which in itself is fine, but it means that I need you to basically search for the equivalent of this page if you want to get the latest information. Now, what's important about this page is that it gives us a nice big link to jump to all the different Microsoft project products that are available through the Microsoft website. So let's click on See Products and Pricing. And what you'll see first are two tabs at the top here, Cloud-Based Solutions and On-Premise Solutions. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, what's the difference between the two? Well, the cloud-based solutions, which we see here, which, if I'm honest, is Microsoft's preferred solution, this relates to Office 365, which is probably a term that you've heard of floating around, even if you haven't used it. And there are three options here for Office 365, Project Online Essentials, Project Online Professional, and Project Online Premium. And each one of those has various advantages and disadvantages to buying it. Now, the cloud-based solutions are subscriptions. That means you pay a monthly subscription in order to essentially rent that software from Microsoft. But what it also means is that if you do buy an Office 365 subscription, it means that your version of Project will always be kept up to date automatically, which is a really, really good feature. It means that you don't have to buy the next version of Project in order to keep up with the latest updates. So the subscription option is a really good option. Now, this course is Project 2019, and that comes under this second option, On-Premise Solutions. On-premise basically means a one-time standalone purchase. So you can see here the prices are a lot higher. And we have two options that we could buy if we wanted to, Project Standard and Project Professional. And you can see the difference between the two of them there. So Project Standard is on-premises project management for those who don't need collaboration tools and other advanced features. And Project Professional, as you would expect, is a comprehensive on-premises project management solution. So which one you choose is entirely up to you. Now, Project 2019 is only available as an on-premise solution. Essentially, this latest version, 2019, is really for people who haven't subscribed to Office 365. So it basically brings Project 2019 in line with all the updates that are constantly happening in the Office 365 versions of Project. So essentially, if you've had in the past Project 2016 through Office 365, it's going to be very, very similar to the on-premise version of Project 2019. So there will be a lot of crossover. A lot of the things available in 2016 are available in Project 2019. There's really not too much of a difference between the two. But as we said, our focus on this course is in Project 2019. So in terms of acquiring the actual software, if you don't have it on your PC, you can see there you have a Buy Now link. And I'm on the US version of the website, which is why it's in dollars. So if I was going to purchase Project Standard, I could click on Buy Now, and that will take me through to my cart where I can purchase Project Standard 2019. And that will come to you as a digital download. So you can literally click on the link and it will start off the project installer. So very, very simple to install. Now, I can't give you exact installation instructions because that will depend on a lot of the settings that you have on your PC, but I'm sure we've all downloaded and installed things in the past. It's always a very straightforward process. So I don't envisage you having too many problems with the actual installation of the software. So there we go. Install the software and then you'll be ready to start off the course. I'm ready to start. I hope you are as well. Please join me in the next section. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, I'm going to take a very quick look at what's new in Project 2019. And one of the reasons that it is a quick look is that there isn't really very much of a difference between Project 2019 and Project 2016 in terms of functionality that's specific to project. So I'm currently looking at one of the pages on office.com, and it's called What's New in Project 2019. Now, as I pointed out before, I normally say at this point that you need to check the latest information. Well, I don't expect they're going to put anything else new in Project 2019, so when you come to watch this video, I don't expect any other additions. But let's go through some of the main points anyway, because there are just a few of them. So the first thing it says here, the opening paragraph, is if you're upgrading to Project Professional 2019 from 2016, you'll still have all of the features that you're used to, and you'll notice a few new ones as well. And this is a really interesting one actually, linking tasks using a drop-down menu. So instead of having to remember the ID of a task when you're linking tasks together, what you can do is just click in the predecessors column, and from the drop-down arrow, you'll get a list of all of the different tasks, so you can create links between them very easily. So that's a really nice new feature in 2019. You'll also see the addition of a task summary name field. And as it says in here, with a long list of tasks, it can be difficult to know what a task is indented under in the overall project plan. So the task summary name field is a read-only field, and it shows the name of the task's summary task. So again, that's going to be really helpful. Now I realize at this stage in the course, this is probably going to mean nothing to you, but as I said, there are only 3 or 4 new features in here, so I thought I might as well highlight them to you. Another new feature is the timeline bar labels and task progress. So this is a really good one as well. So our timeline bars, which we're going to build up as we go through, can now be labeled. So it makes them a little bit more meaningful, because you can have the name of the task and also the task progress shown right on the tasks themselves. So it makes it very quick to illustrate your plan and the work in progress when sharing status. And of course, there's always improvements made to accessibility with each new release of Microsoft Office. So in 2019, it's now a lot easier for Windows Narrator and other assistive technology to read more elements of project, which is always an excellent feature to have for anybody who has impairments in that area. And then you'll see at the bottom of that page, we have some basic tutorials for adding tasks in project, and also a project quick start guide. So as you can see, not too many changes in there, but the ones that they have made are very useful and very important. The other thing that I think is always really helpful when you're going into a new version of a piece of software is to have a look on the Microsoft site at some of the blogs related to project. And there's so many of them down here, but those can also be really helpful and provide you with extra information when it comes to putting together your project. So I would definitely check out the blog site within Microsoft.com. And that's it really, short and sweet with regards to changes. That's what's new in Project 2019. In the next section, we're actually going to get started on a project, so please join me for that. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, I'm going to take you on a tour of the project workspace, and we're also going to start creating a very simple project. And I'll use that very simple project to demonstrate key points concerning the project workspace. Now, you've already seen this start screen, and you'll probably see this quite a few times during the course. Although, as you'll see a little bit later on, you may want to disable the start screen once you really get used to using Project 2019. You might decide that you can get along perfectly well without it. Now, let me give you a quick tour of the start screen itself. Over on the left, we have an area which gives us links to existing projects. We have a recent section just there at the top, and currently for me, this section is empty. Once we start working on projects, you'll start to see a list of recent projects appear just there. And then below that, there is a link to open other projects, which gives us access to a Windows Browse dialog, so you can browse your computer, You can browse any network locations you have access to, and you can browse cloud areas such as your OneDrive storage. Now we're going to start with a new project, so we won't be using that part of the start screen on this occasion. In the top right, we have some standard Windows buttons. The little question mark is Help. Note the screen tip there. For Help, F1 is the keyboard shortcut. Then we have the Minimize and we have the Maximize or Restore, depending on whether your screen is currently maximized or not. And then we also have a Close button. Below that, we have my name and the account under which I'm currently running Project 2019. If you're the only person that uses this PC, and if you're the only person that uses Project on this PC, and you only have one account that you ever run Project under, then this will always indicate that account. But if, for example, you sometimes use a work account and sometimes a personal account, if you share this PC with somebody else, you may want to switch between accounts. And you have a facility just here to switch accounts. I'll demonstrate that for you a little bit more fully later on. Now let me talk about the rest of the start screen, and I'm going to say this once more. You may not see exactly the same as me. It will depend on a number of things, but almost certainly the first thing you will see here is a blank project thumbnail. I'm going to click on that in a little while and we're going to create a new blank project. So essentially, blank project is the starting point for a new project. Let's run through some of these others first of all though. If you run projects that have an element of similarity, maybe you do building projects, marketing projects, then you may already have a project that you'd like to base a new one on. And the second thumbnail here, new from existing project, enables you to use an existing project as a starting point for a new one. The third thumbnail, new from an Excel workbook, lets you create a project from an Excel workbook. And what this basically means is that you have perhaps a list of tasks on a worksheet in an Excel workbook, and you want to make a list of tasks the starting point for a project. The fourth thumbnail, new from SharePoint task list, is a pretty similar kind of thing, but in relation to SharePoint. So if you have a list of tasks in Microsoft SharePoint and you want to use those as the basis for a project, you can use that option. Now the other thumbnails all correspond to different standard project templates. So if I were working on a software development project, I could use the first template there, Software Development Plan, and it would get me started on a typical set of tasks as a starting point for a software development project. Now you'll see a whole list of these templates. These templates you may think of in the old terminology as boilerplates, but nowadays we generally call them templates. And there are lots and lots of them there. So residential construction is there, for example. New business plan is another one. But there are available online many templates that you can base new projects on. And there is a search facility at the top here. So if you wanted a project plan for a particular thing, you could do a search here. In fact, there are some standard searches, suggested searches as they call them, underneath. So we have projects, schedules, themes, analysis, so on and so forth. Let's suppose, and this is definitely potentially going to be very useful, I wanted to look for a project plan for a wedding. So let me do a search on a wedding. This, of course, is an online facility, so I need to be connected to the internet. And let's click the magnifying glass. And it comes up with a wedding planner. If I were to click on that wedding planner, then I would see a little bit more detail about what this wedding planner is. So it shows me the first few tasks. It gives me a description. It says wedding planner provided by Microsoft Corporation. It tells me how big it is, and it gives me a little bit of a description about the wedding planner. And then I could use that to create a wedding plan. And in fact, it's not very far removed from what I'm going to be doing a little bit later on. But let me just close that for the moment and go back to this screen, because apart from giving me potential project templates for a wedding, there are search results from other Office applications. Let's look at PowerPoint, for instance. There are 3 items found in relation to PowerPoint. Now, each of these is a template for a PowerPoint presentation. So there's a picture frame wedding photo album, a wedding seating arrangement plan, and also a simple wedding photo album. Now there are other suitable wedding related artifacts that can be used in Word, Publisher, and Excel. So we're not really going to cover that on this course, but they can be very useful links to other artifacts that you can use with the other components of Office. Having taken a look at that, let's go back to the Start screen and we just use the back button up here. And we're going to create a blank project. Now, as soon as I do this, I want you to look at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen because a little message will pop up just for a few seconds that you'll get used to seeing, and after a while you'll probably just ignore it, but I need to explain it to you briefly now and then in a little bit more detail later on. So click on blank project and then look down immediately in the bottom left-hand corner. And you'll see a message that says new tasks are created in manually scheduled mode. As you'll see later on, there are two modes of scheduling. There's manually scheduled and there's auto scheduled. Most of the time, I tend to work in auto scheduled mode, and after you've been using Project for a while, you will choose the mode which you prefer. The fact that I currently have this in manually scheduled mode and you may or may not have it in manually scheduled mode really doesn't matter at the moment. We'll come back to that a little bit later on. What we need to concentrate on here is the workspace overall. So first of all, in the top left-hand corner, you have the quick access toolbar that I mentioned earlier on in the course. You may not see quite the same buttons as me there, but we'll come back to that in a couple of sections' time. And in the top right-hand corner, you have some standard Windows buttons. Let me just hover over those. So you have Minimize, Restore Down, and also a Close button. The main ribbon is this, so it's the big block right across the screen, very near the top. I'm going to explain the ribbon to you in quite a bit of detail again in a couple of sections from now. Above the ribbon in the middle is the name of the current project. We've just created a project, so by default it's called Project 1. If we created another one, by default it would be called Project 2 and so on. Now below the ribbon we have something called the entry bar. And the entry bar is something that we can use to enter and edit data into our project. You may or may not have the entry bar shown. If you don't see that, then don't worry. I'm going to show you in a while how to show that if it isn't already shown. Basically, the kind of thing we use the entry bar for is this. If I want to enter the name of the first task in my project, I can click in the task name field there. And then if I click in the entry bar, I could call it Task 1. Having typed that, I can click on the tick mark to the left of the task, and that will become my first task. If I click down to the next row, and maybe I intend to type Task 2, I could type Task 2, change my mind, and click on the cross to the left of the task entry bar. And that will cancel whatever I'm typing. So that's the entry bar, more on that later. Below the entry bar we have the timeline. I mentioned the timeline much earlier on when I was talking about what's new and the fact that you can have several timelines now in Project 2019. You may or may not see the timeline. If you don't see it, you can show it by going up to the ribbon and clicking on View. And roughly in the middle, or just to the right of the middle, you see a command there or a checkbox that says Timeline. If I uncheck Timeline, you can see the timeline disappears, check it again, and it comes back again. So that's the timeline. When I've got some tasks, it will show those tasks on the timeline. Now, in fact, I've just entered one task there. It hasn't got any work in it, and the timeline can be set to run over a period of time. Now, by default, my new project is starting today, so that's March the 4th. And because I haven't got any tasks or work scheduled at the moment, you'll see on the right-hand end of the timeline, it also says March the 4th. So currently, it's not the most exciting project in the world. Below the timeline is the main project window, and by default on my installation I show a Gantt chart. And a Gantt chart actually comprises two parts. It comprises the list of tasks, it's actually a table, and we refer to this as the table. And on the right we have the chart itself, which is normally a pictorial representation of the tasks in my project. Now you may or may not have a Gantt chart shown. If you don't have a Gantt chart shown, you will find out soon how to show a Gantt chart there. And there will be situations when you'll want to see one of the many other types of chart that you can show in the main body of the display there in the main window. Now, just to give you a little bit more of an idea of how that's going to look, let's go back to that first task, task 1. I'm going to click in the duration column, and I'm going to say that this is a 2-day task. Click elsewhere, and there is my Gantt bar for a 2-day task. Now there are various things about that bar in terms of its color, its ends and so on that each have significance, and we're going to talk more about those later on. But basically, as we start to build up a schedule, we build up entries in the table on the left, and each of those will be represented by a Gantt bar or other appropriate symbol in the charts on the right. The next aspect of the workspace to look at is the status bar across the bottom of the project window. At the left-hand end, there are optional pieces of information. One of the ones that's shown there is new tasks are manually scheduled, which I mentioned earlier on in this section. And at the right-hand end, there are controls for the view. So we can do things like choose the view of the project we currently have, and we can also use the zoom controls. And again, more on those later. And the last part of the workspace that I want to look at is what's called the backstage or backstage view. Now what we're looking at here is effectively a project. It's a very simple project with one task in it at the moment, but this is where we work on the contents of our project. The administration of projects, so doing everything from saving them to printing them to maybe sharing them, that's all done in what's called the backstage view or just backstage. And if I go into backstage view, and you can do that by clicking on File, you'll see that Backstage View has a load of options. So we have Info, New, Open, Save, Save As, Print, Share, Export, Close, Account Feedback, and Options. And we'll be dipping in and out of here as we go through the course. It's also, for example, in the Backstage View where we can set up project information. When I've been using Backstage View, I get back to my project again by using that back button in the top left-hand corner. And that takes me back to my project. So there we are. That's all the basics of the workspace for now. In the next section, I want to take a quick look at help, so please join me for that. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, I'm going to look at help. And for those of you who have used Project before, help in Project 2019 is a little bit different in terms of how it works. And in line with virtually all other modern major software products, you're very much restricted on help if you're not online. So I'm going to demonstrate help offline in a little while, but let's start with online. And let's start with how you access help. Now, as I pointed out earlier on in the course, if you see this little question mark icon up here, it's a help link. And you can either click on help or you can use the F1 keyboard shortcut. In fact, in Project 2019, it's probably a better idea to get used to using the F1 keyboard shortcut because quite often you don't see the question mark icon. But let me click on the icon now anyway. And that takes me to a new browser and to the help homepage. Now the options you have here may differ to mine depending on what browser you're using. So for the record, I'm using Chrome. The help homepage has a list of what it calls the top categories. Each item in the list is expandable, so get started for instance. If I click on that, it gives me a number of options. So I've got basic tasks in project, create a new project schedule, etc. You can choose one of those, so let's say basic tasks in a project, and it will take me to either the help page or in this case through to another menu from which I can select further options. Having arrived at this page, there may well be links to other help pages, and the help is basically browser based. So I can use my browser buttons to go back just by clicking the back arrow. And if we just go forward again by clicking the go forward button, I could use the links at the top here to navigate. So if I want to get back to get started, I can click on the get started link to take me back to that page. So that's back to the home page with the top categories listed again. And whichever topic I'm on, I have the option to print the topic using the print facility within the browser. So let's click the three dots in the top corner there, and I can print any of these pages using the print button. And very importantly, within the help system, there is a search facility. So maybe you want to know how to, for example, enable or disable the entry bar. So type in entry bar and press enter. And you'll see a list of topics related to the search term. It's worth noting that this search within Office Help will search across all applications for the search term, not just Microsoft projects, so watch out for that one. Incidentally, in this particular case, you might like to just note this second entry here. So under the heading Keyboard Shortcuts for Project, you'll see there it says activate the entry bar to edit text in a field. And then it says F2. So F2 is the toggle to turn off and on that entry bar. So if you don't currently see it in your version of Project 2019, just hit the F2 key and that will bring that entry bar up. Now let's quickly go back to home. So I'm just going to click the back button on my browser. Now I'm not going to go through these help topics now, but I suggest that with Get Started, you make a point of going through some of these basic topics. Obviously, I'm going to cover these topics during the course. And in most cases, I'll be covering things in much more detail than the help does, but it's always a good idea to get a different view on these topics and of course, to get the official Microsoft view. So do try to find some time to go through these help topics, perhaps going through them as we cover them on the course. Now, when we've finished using help, all we need to do is close the browser tab. So I could click the little cross in the top corner of the tab. Or alternatively, if I just want to close the whole browser down, I can use the cross in the right-hand corner. Now, there are some situations where you can access help in different ways. So far, we've looked at accessing help by clicking on the question mark button, which takes you to the external Microsoft Help website, but you can also access help from within the project window also. So let's create a new blank project. And I'm going to press the F1 key. And what happens here is that a pane opens up on the right-hand side of the screen, and the options look fairly similar to what we saw in the web browser version of Help. So from here, we can browse the categories, so Get Started, for example, and I have access to all of my help information this way as well. We could also use the search facility at the top, so if I click in the search bar, and let's search for entry bar again, and click the magnifying glass. And this time we get links to help that are all related to Microsoft Project only. It doesn't search for the term across all Microsoft applications. So essentially, this is a much more targeted search than the previous option. And of course, if I click these three dots, I get some other further options, including one that will jump me back to home. Now, a couple of other things to tell you about. One of them is what happens if you're not connected to the internet. So let me just show you that. I'm going to disconnect from the internet. So now I no longer have an internet connection. I'm going to press the F1 key. And you'll see that I get a message that says, sorry, something went wrong. Please check your network connection and try again. In previous versions of Project, there was something different there, and I think it provided you with a little bit further help with regards to finding items on the ribbon. But at the time of recording this, if you're offline in 2019, you don't get any help at all. So the last thing I want to show you about help is the new feature, Tell Me What You Want to Do. And this was a feature that was introduced in Project 2016, and it continues through to Project 2019. This, as I understand, will improve and become more comprehensive over time. We're very much dealing with a reasonably early version of this feature, so let me just give you a quick demonstration of it. So let's suppose that there's something that you want to do and you don't remember where the command is that does it, so perhaps you're not quite sure how you should go about doing it. Let's suppose that you want to set a baseline. Now, setting a baseline may mean nothing to you at all at this moment, but let me just click in that box and type set baseline. Now, as I do that, it recognizes all or part of what I'm typing, so it gives me some options. Set baseline, show baseline, set reminder, show slippage, so on and so forth. As I do that, I may say to myself, set baseline, that's what I want to do. And then there's a little pop-out menu which says set baseline or clear baseline. Now, if that's exactly what I want to do, if I click on that option, it brings up the relevant dialog box. And if I know how to use that dialog, I can actually go ahead and do it and set my baseline. And of course, there is a help link there as well at the bottom of that dialog box. Note that with some of these help links, they have a button with the word help in rather than just a question mark, so just be aware of that as well. And in this case though, if I click on this help button, it's contextual. So some of them are and some of them aren't. Most of them aren't, unfortunately. Let's close that browser and go back to where we were before. So that's the new Tell Me What You Want to Do feature, or Tell Me feature as it's sometimes known, that was introduced in Project 2016 and continues through to Project 2019. As it evolves, I think it could become a really useful feature. I think we're still kind of at the fairly early stages of it with Project 2019, but please give it a try. That's it on help. I will see you in the next section. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, we're going to look at the ribbon and toolbars. If you've used other Microsoft software that uses the ribbon and toolbars, it's probably the case that you can skip this section if you want to. I'll talk about one or two things that are quite specific to Microsoft Project, but I think that if you're an experienced user of the ribbon, you'll be able to pick these up easily enough as we go along anyway. Now, for those of you who aren't so familiar with the ribbon, let me just explain. The ribbon system was introduced about 10 years ago now, and it's fairly consistent and has been implemented across all of the Microsoft applications. As I pointed out already, it's this rectangle with a number of tabs. And you select a tab. So for instance, at the moment, I have the report tab selected. You select a tab by clicking on the name. So this is the task tab. We have the resource tab, report tab, project tab, so on and so forth. And you'll see these tabs whenever you're using Project. Now, this can be changed by local settings, but talking in general terms here. However, there are some tabs that only appear in certain situations, and these are what we call contextual tabs. We have a contextual tab here at the moment, and it's the Format tab. And the Format tab in this case is part of what's called the Gantt chart tools. And this is contextual in that because we have a Gantt chart shown here, so that's this area on the right, remember, we have a Gantt chart tools tab that enables us to do things like change the format of the Gantt chart and other tasks. If I changed the view, so instead of showing the Gantt chart, I'm going to show, for example, let's go for network diagram. I now have network diagram view and I get a contextual tab for that. And you can see there we have again a Format tab, which is part of the Network Diagram tools. We'll see some other contextual tabs as we go through the course, but let me for the moment go back into Gantt chart view. On each of the tabs there are a number of controls, and the controls can be all sorts of things. They can be command buttons, they can be drop-down lists, they can be sets of radio buttons, etc. And they're arranged into groups. So for instance, on the View tab here, the group on the left is the Task Views group, and there are 5 controls here: Gantt chart, task usage, and these other 3. Each of these controls can be a single control, or for instance, as in here, it can give us access to a whole menu of items. Now I should point out something here that I did point out earlier on, and that is that depending on the size of your screen, depending on the resolution of your screen, and depending on whether you're in mouse mode or touch mode, determines exactly what you'll see on each tab. So yours may vary depending on what settings you have implemented. You may see more or less controls in each group than I do on my screen, and I'm recording this course on a PC with quite a high resolution. If you have a smaller resolution PC, perhaps running it on a laptop with much less space on the screen, again, you may well see less than me. But you should pretty much see the same groups, even if exactly what you can see in each group is a little bit different from what I see. So let's now try to execute a command or two. I'm going to go to the Task tab. And one thing you'll notice is that some of the commands are grayed out. So for instance, in the Clipboard group on the Task tab, you have a cut command, a copy command, and something called a Format Painter that are not grayed out. So you could do all of those things at this moment. Whereas you can't use the Paste command. It's grayed out because we don't have anything copied to the clipboard. And as with Windows applications in general, of course, graying out indicates that a particular command is not available at the current time. Let me type a name of a task into this task name box for the first task in this little project. I could use the tick next to the task entry bar, or I could just press the Enter key. So I'm going to use the tick, like so. Now, if I select that particular task name, as I have here, you can see that the box has a border around it, so I know that it's selected. If I wanted to make that bold, I could use the bold command in the font group in the Task tab. I could make it italic, and I could change the font from Calibri to, say, Bodoni Empty Black. I can also toggle these options off, so if I click italic again, it will take me back to just bold. I could also make this font a larger size if I wanted to by clicking the font size drop down and selecting a larger size. So that's basically how you can use the commands on the ribbon. Now, we're not just restricted to styling text. If you take that particular task, you could do all sorts of things to it. For instance, you could record progress on that task using the commands on the ribbon, but more of that later. Now, slightly at the danger of getting ahead of ourselves here, one thing you'll notice, particularly as your project gets bigger, is that the ribbon does take up quite a lot of space. And in particular, if you're using a small screen, it takes up a disproportionately large amount of space. Now, you can hide the ribbon, and there's a little arrow up here over on the right-hand end. And if you hover over it, it says collapse the ribbon, and you can see the keyboard shortcut for that is Control F1. If we click collapse the ribbon is hidden. Now, you may well say, well, that certainly gives me a little bit more space, but how do I use the commands? The answer to that is that provided you've got a reasonable idea of where the command is, so for instance, if I wanted to change the size of that Task 1 font back to 10 or 11 points, if I know the commands on the Task tab, all I have to do is go back to the Task tab, click on the name, and the ribbon reappears. So if I say, okay, then it's currently 18 and I want to put it back to 11, I can very easily do that. Once I finish making my changes, if I click back on the project, you'll see that the ribbon is hidden again. Now, when I described that to you, I said that if you know where a particular command is on the Task tab, if you don't know where it is, you can still click on any one of the tabs, and you can pretty much click around to find the task that you want. Click off again on the main project window, and you'll see that those ribbons disappear again. If you get to a point though at which you think, well, actually I need the ribbon available all the time again, I don't just want it collapsed anymore, if I just click on a tab to bring the ribbon back and right click my mouse over on the right hand side but still in that ribbon area, you'll notice that collapse the ribbon is currently ticked. So just click to untick and the ribbon will be there all of the time, and now you can see the contents of each of the ribbons. One thing I'd like to point out here is that you can customize the ribbon, and in particular, you can create your own ribbon tabs. Now, I'm not going to cover customization of the ribbon here, but I am going to briefly look at customizing the quick access toolbar a little bit later on in this section, and that should give you a pretty clear idea of how to set about customizing the ribbon. So now let's turn our attention to that quick access toolbar that we looked at earlier on in the course. And as you can see here, mine has about 4 commands already shown. One of them that we talked about was the touch mouse mode command. Then we have undo and redo, and also save. But as I explained earlier on, if you want to change what's shown on the quick access toolbar, there is a standard pool of commands. So if I wanted the quick print command shown, I'd select quick print from the menu here. So if I click it, you'll see that the quick print button now shows in my quick access toolbar. Now, apart from switching on and off those standard commands, you can customize the quick access toolbar further. And if I click on more commands, it takes me to a page of the project options. Now, project options we're going to look at in 2 or 3 sections from now, but what we have open here is the quick access toolbar page, which we can use to customize that quick access toolbar. And let's suppose that I want to add a button to the toolbar, which will enable me with one click to make something bold. What I need to do is to find the bold command in the list on the left and then add it to the toolbar. Now, the list on the left is controlled by this drop-down menu. And first of all, we have the popular commands. They're in alphabetical order. Now, I can't see bold there, so if instead of popular commands, I say all commands, and again, these are listed in alphabetical order, and now I have access to the literally hundreds of commands that are available in Microsoft Project, and I want to find bold. So let's scroll down and go to the B section, and there it is. So now I'm going to click the Add button, and what that will do is move the bold command from the list on the left-hand side across to the list on the right-hand side. And what this list on the right-hand side shows are all of the commands that are currently on my quick access toolbar. If I want to put it in a different position, I can select it and use the up and down arrows at the side here to reorder my commands. So I'm happy with it just there. If I click on the OK button, you'll see that my bold command has now been added to my quick access toolbar. Now let's just jump back into those project options again, because there's one other important point to mention here. If at some stage you make a mistake and you want to go back to the default or the settings that were originally used, there is a reset button at the bottom there. I'm actually happy with how I have it, so I'm going to click on OK again. And now I have my bold button, which I can use, and I can choose to toggle that off and on. It may well be that after you've been using Project 2019 for a while, you'll find it very useful to customize that quick access toolbar. Also, some people customize it to do a particular job. So for example, if a project manager is doing a weekly update of status, he may put various commands associated with task status on the quick access toolbar, or indeed create a custom tab for the ribbon for that particular purpose. One other thing about the quick access toolbar that some people find useful. It's right up in the top left-hand corner there, and you have to sort of go across the ribbon to get to it. You can actually position it below the ribbon. It's very simple, just click the drop down and you have the option show below the ribbon. And you can see it's moved down to underneath the ribbon. And that makes it quite a bit easier to get to when you're doing perhaps a long or repetitive task within the body of a project. And of course, if you wanted to put it back up to the very top left-hand corner, you could essentially do the opposite by clicking the drop down and selecting show above the ribbon. Now there's one other type of toolbar that I want to point out to you now, and it's one that pops up all over the place. We're going to be using this type of toolbar in many places in this course. If you take task 1 here, for example, and select it, if I right click, I get what's called a contextual menu. And it's contextual in that the commands that are available there, although they're also available from various places on the ribbon, these are deemed to be the ones that you're most likely to want to use in the situation that you're in. And above the contextual menu, there is a mini toolbar. And again, this is deemed to be contextual to contain the commands that are appropriate to where you are in project and what you're doing. So these work pretty much on the principle that I'm sure you'd expect them to. You click on things and they either execute commands or bring up other menus or bring up dialogues. So we have these contextual menus like this one, and then we have the mini toolbar as well. And as I say, we'll be using these at various points during the course. That's the end of this section. I will see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, I'd like to take a quick look at the status bar. Now, I'm going to deal with it in 2 parts, the left part and the right part. But importantly, if you right-click anywhere on the status bar, you'll see a list of potential contents. And whatever's ticked is currently shown. Note the header there, Customize Status Bar. Now, you might be surprised to see so many ticks, but actually not very much information on the status bar at all. And the reason for this is that apart from the bottom 2 entries, View Shortcuts and Zoom Slider, which are the things that are shown at the right-hand end of the status bar, the things on the left correspond to optional pieces of information you can show, but which very often don't show anything at all. So for example, if you look at the item 4th down in the list there, filter, it's ticked. And what that means is that if a filter is being applied to the current view, show the name of the filter there. Now in this case, no filter is being applied and therefore you don't see anything. So with quite a few of these items, even though they're ticked, most of the time you won't see anything unless you're using that particular feature. Now there are a couple of things shown at the left-hand end. One of them is ready, which is the cell mode. If I click cell mode, so that it's not shown, you'll see the effect. It no longer says ready because I'm not showing the cell mode. The other thing that's shown is whether new tasks are manually scheduled or auto-scheduled. If I click new tasks, it will no longer show that currently they're manually scheduled by default. Now the other items, although they're ticked, there's nothing to see. One of them that isn't ticked is this one, which is the macro recording indicator. We're currently not recording a macro, and a macro is a sequence of steps that we can replay automatically. If I check that, you'll see the little icon that indicates that we're not recording. If I started recording a macro and left this checked, then you would see a different icon whilst we're recording. And in fact, that icon would give you a way of stopping the recording also. We're not going to be covering macro recording anytime soon, so let's check that back off. Let's now concentrate on the right-hand end of the status bar. Now we're going to look at the bottom 2 options there, and the first one is View Shortcuts. This corresponds to this set of buttons that I can use to enable different views of my project. So let me just click away there. I currently have Gantt chart view. If I go to this one, that's task usage view. The next one is Team Planner View. We have Resource Sheet View, and finally Report View. I'll be covering all of these later on in the course. And the fact that the second to bottom option is ticked means that those buttons are there to enable me to easily switch between those views. As an alternative to those, I can select the view I want from the View tab on the ribbon. And in fact, there are many more options on the View tab on the ribbon. The very bottom option is Zoom Slider, and this gives me access to the control that I can use to zoom in and out of the current view, which is this slider over here. So let me click out again and go to the slider. And this basically zooms by time. So as I zoom out, I get a broader view of time. So now you can see that I'm looking at quarters. If I zoom in by clicking the plus button, there I'm down to months, then weeks, then eventually I get down to individual days. It is quite a coarse control, but I can use that if I want to. Or on the View tab in the ribbon, there is a zoom group, and that lets me be much more accurate and much more flexible about how much I'm zoomed in on the current view. So that's it. That's the status bar. Please join me in the next section. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, we're going to look at keyboard shortcuts and key tips. Now, if you don't use keyboard shortcuts and you're not interested in finding out how to use them, then you certainly can skip this section. I do know that many people like to use keyboard shortcuts, myself included. They can be particularly useful if you have repetitive jobs to do and you don't like moving the mouse around all day. You'd much rather just go straight to what you need using the keyboard. And for some people, the use of the keyboard is a necessity either because of an injury or some kind of impairment, and the use of the keyboard is much more preferable to trying to use a mouse or some other approach. In Project 2019, keyboard shortcuts are very well supported, and in this section, I'm going to take you through the main options for using them. Now, of course, the main problem with keyboard shortcuts for most people is knowing what they are, and I must confess that I probably only use about 10 or so because I struggle to remember any of the others aside from those core 10 that I use frequently. So, for example, the ones that I use quite a lot would be things like cut, copy, paste, save, print, those kinds of keyboard shortcuts. If I go to a tab on the ribbon, so let's go to the Task tab. If you wanted to know the keyboard shortcut for cut and you couldn't remember, if you hover over the cut button, it tells you that it's cut and it gives you the keyboard shortcut in brackets afterwards, Control plus X. Similarly, for copy, you can see there that the keyboard shortcut shown in brackets is Control plus C. Format Painter, now unfortunately for Format Painter there isn't one, and that's the problem with many of the commands, that there isn't an equivalent keyboard shortcut. So if you know a keyboard shortcut already, that's fine and it's supported in Project. If not, if you hover over the ribbon and that particular command you're interested in, you'll soon find out whether there's a keyboard shortcut for it or not. So the next option, is there a list of keyboard shortcuts? Well, yes, there is. If I press the keyboard shortcut F1 to bring up online help, and I use the search facility to search for keyboard shortcuts, you'll see I get a link there for keyboard shortcuts in Project. So let's click it. And there's some information at the top, but if we scroll down, we get to the different keyboard shortcuts that we can use within Project. Now, of course, you could print this out if you wanted to, and I know some people print this out and stick it on their walls so it's easy for them to reference quickly. The keyboard shortcuts are basically arranged into categories. So you can see here we've got display and use windows. Then if we scroll down, we have move around in text or cells, move around and work in tables, so on and so forth. So it makes it a bit easier for you to find what you're looking for. So you have all of the standard shortcuts, but then you also have a group that relates specifically to Microsoft Project shortcuts. So you've got keyboard shortcuts for using a network diagram, navigating views and windows and so on. So there's a list at the bottom there. And if you're pretty good at remembering those things, or as I say, if you want to stick that on the wall, that's a very good source for finding keyboard shortcuts. So that's a couple of ways of finding out what keyboard shortcuts are. There is another way, and that's the use of Keytips, and I'm going to demonstrate that to you now. I've got the task name Task 1 selected in that single task in my current schedule. And I want to underline the name, but I can't remember the keyboard shortcut to do the underlining. So let me demonstrate Keytips. First of all, if I just tap the Alt key, it brings up some 1 and 2 character codes for accessing the commands on the quick access toolbar and the tabs on the ribbon. Now, if I can't remember which ribbon tab it is, I could step through these one at a time. But I do know that what I want is on the Task tab. So if I press the H key, that's the access key for the Task tab. And now you'll see that the commands on the Task tab on the ribbon are each presented to me with their various other letter or number codes. Now, number 3 would give me access to the underline command, but let me be just a little bit more flexible than that. I want to bring up the dialog, which gives me all of those formatting, font formatting commands. So I'm going to do F and N. So F and then N. That brings up the font dialog. Now, to go through the commands on the font dialog, I successively press the Tab key until I get to the one that says underline. When underline is selected, I press the spacebar to enable underline. And if you look at the top right-hand corner of the dialog, you'll see that the OK button is selected. So if I press the Enter key, that will be underlined. Now, you can bring up those key tips at any time by pressing the Alt key, and you can switch them off again by pressing the Alt key again. That's the end of this section. I will see you in the next one. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, we're going to take a look at project options. And to a large extent, project options represent your own personalization of your installation of project and in the way that you use project on your projects. Some of these options you need to have set correctly before you start to create and work on any kind of substantial project. And in fact, as we're going to get started on our exercise project in the next section, it's very important that you go through this one carefully. Even if you've used Microsoft Project before, I suggest that you follow this section through because I'm going to make sure that we cover all of the essential options so that when you start working on the exercise, you won't finish up having to sort of go back and redo things later on. So to access project options the normal way is to go into the Backstage view. So we'll click File, and right at the bottom we have Options. And that brings up the Project Options dialog. Now, you've seen this already because there are various points where you get taken to this dialog, often to a specific page on this dialog, and you're given the opportunity there to change something or set something. So you may well recall that when we were looking at the Quick Access Toolbar, for example, we went to this Quick Access Toolbar page and used the controls on this page to add a button to the Quick Access Toolbar, that bold button. In fact, I think I'm going to, while I'm here, remove that bold button now. So I'll select it and click on the Remove button in the middle. And I'm also going to remove the Quick Print button as well. Now, what we're going to do in this section is go systematically through these pages and look at the options that we need to get set straight away. Now, in order to demonstrate the way that many of the options work, I'm going to do a quick demo in relation to what's called screen tip style. The very top entry on the first page, the general page, underneath user interface options, we have screen tip style. and it currently says show feature descriptions in screen tips. If I click the drop down here, there are three options: show feature description in screen tips, don't show feature descriptions in screen tips, and don't show screen tips. Now at the moment, with the first option selected, if I just click on OK, if I hover over one of the buttons on the ribbon, so let's say if I hover over Move, you'll see that I get that screen tip there for Move Task. And you can see that it's telling me that it moves the selected tasks forward or back in the project schedule. Now let me go back into Options. And let me change that to Don't Show Feature Descriptions in Screen Tips. Click on OK, and let me hover over Move again. And now all I get is Move Task. So that's the name of the command, but not a description of what it does. Let's go back into Options once more. And obviously if I choose the third option here, Don't Show Screen Tips, and click on OK, and once again hover over Move, you'll see that I don't get anything. Now, I personally like to have the description there, so I'm going to put that back to what it was originally from Options, and we'll just set that back to Show Feature Descriptions in Screen Tips. Now let's look at some of the other key ones on this general page. The default view for me is Gantt with timeline. I pointed that out to you a couple of times. That's the default view when I open up Project, in particular when I start working on a new project, that's what I see. And I can also choose here my default date format, which is the short form of the day of the week, and then the month, day, and year. And if you prefer, there are various other date formats that you can choose from that drop-down list. My username is also here with my initials. Now you may think, well, what difference does that make? Well, if you're collaborating with other people on projects and if you're sharing projects and so on, you may do many things. For example, comment on projects. You may make certain other changes to projects which are identified as being by you. And having your username and initials set correctly here enables other people to track that it was you that made that change or made that comment. Now, if you remember right back to near the beginning of the course, I talked about the fact that one of the new features in Project 2019 was the availability of some alternative Office themes. And down here is where you can choose them. So if we click the drop down in Office theme, you can see we have colourful, dark grey, black, and white. Now I've currently got colourful selected, which is my personal preference. But if I selected, for example, say dark grey, and clicked on OK, you can immediately see the effect there. And I think if I was to select this one, it might make it a bit harder for you to see these videos. So I'm just going to go back and I'm going to change that back to colourful. And something else that I mentioned earlier on in the course is that you can suppress the showing of the start screen just with that checkbox at the bottom. If I uncheck that, click on OK to save the change, next time I start project, I won't see the start screen. Again, that's something for you to try out to see if you're happier with that arrangement. Just incidentally, while we're talking about these changes that we're making, it's worth pointing out that most changes you make in project options are activated when you click OK to close that project options dialog. There are a small number of changes where you do need to restart project for them to take effect, but when it is necessary to restart project, it does actually tell you that you need to restart project for the change to take effect. The next page I want to look at is the display page. And there are two important options here that I want to highlight. First of all, for each project that you work on, you can set the currency options. At the moment, we only have project 1 here, and the drop down lets me choose from any available projects. So there's only project 1 currently. And I can set a symbol, the decimal digits, the currency, and so on. And the second option on this page, again, going back to something that I mentioned earlier on, if I don't see the entry bar, it's probably because this option down here for entry bar is unchecked. So make sure that's checked and you'll see the entry bar between the ribbon and the timeline. Now the next page is the schedule page. And there are a couple of very important settings here, which I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to set based on trusting what I'm telling you at the moment. I'm going to explain these settings to you a little bit later on in the course, but at the outset, I'd like you to have them set in a particular way. Now, there are some very straightforward settings on this page. So for instance, the week starts on a Sunday and the fiscal year starts in January. Now, you may be tempted to do things like change the default start time and end time for working days, where you work, hours per day, hours per week, etc. By all means, set those if you want to. I will be talking about those and calendars in general in a bit of detail later on. At this stage, it's not really that important that you get them quite right at the moment. Two settings I do want you to set in a particular way, though, are these. First of all, new task created manually scheduled. Now I've mentioned that before. I've currently got new task created manually scheduled. I want you to set that to the other option, auto scheduled. And it's very likely that for most of you, this will be the way to leave this setting set in the longer term. And what this basically means is that when you create a task in a project, it becomes auto schedule, which means that as you schedule the project, or in many cases as Project 2019 schedules the project, this one is automatically scheduled according to all of the constraints, dependencies, resource availability, and all the other factors that come in to force this task to be scheduled accordingly. If you leave this set at manually scheduled for new tasks, then each task that's created is manually scheduled, and each task that you create either has to be individually changed to auto schedule, or you have to manually schedule each task. There may be situations in which manually scheduled tasks is what you want, and I'll talk about that later on. But for the moment, I want you to make sure that's set at auto scheduled. The other setting that I want you to make sure is set in a particular way is down here where it says calculation. So we have calculate project after each edit, on or off. Now I'd like you to make sure that this is set to on, which means that each time we make a change to the schedule, Project 2019 will automatically calculate the effects of that change without you having to take a separate calculation stop. Now, I'll explain more of the significance of that setting later on in the course as well. But basically, for the moment, just bear in mind that Project 2019 has to do a lot, particularly in a large project, to work out how to schedule things. And each time you make a change, you really need to see the effects that change has had potentially on whole parts of the project. And if you don't have that set to on, you have to separately and as a manual exercise tell Project 2019 to calculate the project, or i.e. to reschedule it. So for the moment, I'd like you to set that to on as well. And as I say, with both of those settings, we'll look at those in more detail later. The next page is the proofing page, and that relates to spell check-in and auto-correction as you're typing. I'm not going to go through that at this stage, but if you've used the proofing facilities in other components of Microsoft Office, such as Microsoft Word, I'm sure you'll be able to go through there and make the appropriate settings correct for you. Now we come to the Save page, and there are a couple of very important settings here. One of them is the default file location. And this is the location where any project files that you save will be saved by default. It's set when you install Project 2019 to one of the folders within your personal Windows directory. You may want to leave it set there, or you may want to save your project files by default somewhere else. That is entirely your decision. So mine is currently set to save in the default location. The next option is the autosave option. And again, if you've used other components of Microsoft Office, you might be tempted to switch autosave on. and that will cause Project 2019 to save your work at regular intervals according to the number of minutes selected in this box just here. Now you may well be tempted to switch that on, but I don't, and there is a good reason for that. Unlike other components of Microsoft Office, if you have autosaved switched on, each time autosave occurs, it clears your undo history. So once an autosave happens, you cannot then undo. Now, for some people, they're quite happy to work on that principle. Perhaps they don't use undo very much, or perhaps they're very careful. You can in fact use this option for a prompt to warn you when an autosave is about to happen. But in my case, I prefer to leave autosave switched off. But again, ultimately, this is your choice. The next page also has some very important settings. And this page determines the language that you're using to work in Microsoft Project. Now, you can have more than one language installed, and you can select different ones for different situations. So you can see here I have English United States and English United Kingdom as the two languages that I use. They are sufficiently different to warrant being described as two different languages, and my default is set to English United States. If you need to add an additional language, it is very straightforward. There is a drop down just here, which gives you access to many more languages. And in particular, with a particular project, most people find that their default language is the one they use most of the time. But if you do work in more than one language, even if the two languages are two versions of English, you do need to be aware of this language setting. And when you're working on a project, make sure that you have the appropriate language selected. Now let me quickly run through the remaining pages of project options. There are no settings on the advanced page that you need to worry about now. We will be looking at one or two settings from here later on. Customize ribbon is the equivalent of the customization page for the quick access toolbar, and it does look quite similar. The main difference is that rather than say selecting commands from the list on the left and then adding them to what was the quick access toolbar on the right, what you would normally do is create your own tab and then copy commands from the left-hand list to your groups on your new tab. And then what you could do is build up your own custom tabs on the ribbon. Now, I'm not going to cover that now, but by all means, have a look at the help, give it a try, and see how you get along with it. Don't forget, you can always click the reset button at the bottom there to put things back to how they were if everything goes horribly wrong. The Quick Access Toolbar page you've already seen, and you've also seen me use it. Add-ins are out of scope for this course. And the Trust Center is also out of scope for this course. There is one thing I would like to say about the Trust Center though. In Project 2019, mainly the Trust Center is concerned with the fact that one way that people can get malicious content onto your computer is to get you to run macros, and macros can be included within a Microsoft project file. So one thing you want to do is make sure that you have the macros setting disabled for all macros with notification. So if we go into Trust Center settings, and we just want to check that we have our settings set to disable all macros with notification. And then if you open a project file from somebody else and it says, I want to run a macro, if you know who the person is that you've got the project file from, and you absolutely trust the source, you can let the macro run. But if not, you can say, nope, I'm not going to let that macro run. So that's it. That's the basics, the overview of project options. And we're going to be looking at quite a few others as we go along. Please make sure that you've got set the ones that I said you should have set. That's it for this section. I will see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, I'm going to start work on the project plan for a wedding. Now, of course, different people would have very different opinions on what might be part of the arrangements for a wedding. So what I'm going to try and do is come up with a project plan for a wedding that has enough detail in it to be reasonably realistic, but which will also reflect the different styles of wedding that you may get in different parts of the world, in different cultures and so on. Having said that, the style of wedding that I'm planning here is not one that's associated with any particular religion. Now, what you're going to be doing very soon is planning the refit of a bathroom in a domestic house. So what I'm going to try and show you while I'm doing this wedding plan is some of the ideas that I want you to incorporate into building up the plan for the bathroom refit. You may well find when you're looking at either of these projects that they don't really reflect how you would set about doing them, but really that's not the point. You're learning the tools in Microsoft Project to do these things. You're not actually learning how to either plan a wedding or refit a bathroom. Another important point to make here is that we're building these things up in layers. I'm not going to go deep into the details straight away. We will certainly get into the detail, but what we will do is one layer at a time, and I'll explain the tools and techniques associated with Project 2019 as we go. So first of all, I've made a list of the main aspects of this wedding plan, so let's take a look at that first. Now, I'm sure this isn't going to be quite right, but I've made this list. It's actually in the course file folder if you want a copy of this list. And it's planning, attire, and by attire I mean basically the clothes that people are going to wear, but it's probably a little bit broader than that. Guests, venue, catering, flowers, memories, details, wedding day, and honeymoon. So they're going to be my main headings. And the first thing I'm going to do is to start adding each of those into my project plan. So let's take this first one, planning, and set that one up first. So I've created a new blank project, and in the task name, I'm going to enter planning. Now, a couple of things to point out here. I'm using Gantt chart view, and I did show you briefly earlier on in the course a couple of ways of switching to Gantt chart view if you've got no Gantt chart view on already. One way is to use the buttons down towards the right-hand end of the status bar, but you can also go into the View tab and select Gantt chart view there. Another thing to bear in mind is that you should have new tasks set to auto scheduled, or what I'm going to do next won't work for you. So having entered planning as the task name, I press the tab key, and a number of fields are filled in for my first task, and one of them is duration. And by default, a task has a duration of 1 day with a question mark normally. Now, what the question mark means is that this is an estimated duration. And what one normally does is to leave the duration as an estimate until you have actually got a reasonably reliable duration for that task. Now, at this stage, I'm not going to worry about duration at all. I'm just going to get all of those tasks in the list. But bear in mind, those question marks are a good way of reminding myself that that's just an estimate of the duration. And believe me, when planning a wedding, it's a lot longer than a 1-day task. Let's ignore the work column for a moment and let's take a look at start. And you can just about see the start date is Tuesday, March the 5th, 2019. Now, one thing that may or may not be annoying you already is being able to see the contents of all of these fields. So let's deal with that first. If you need to make these columns wider or narrower, if you hover over the edge, and you'll see the cursor change to a double-headed arrow. If you click the mouse at that point and drag one way or the other, you can make the columns wider or narrower depending on your personal preference. We're going to do a little bit more work on how to format Gantt charts, how to lay them out more neatly later on, but for the moment that's probably one of the most important things you need to be able to do, just resizing those columns. And also there is a bar, a vertical dividing line between the table on the left and the chart on the right. And if you hover over that vertical bar in any way, you get a slightly different double-headed arrow. And you can change the divider so that you can see more or less of the table or more or less of the chart. So again, that's entirely up to you and how you like to work. Now let's go back to this start date, Tuesday, March the 5th, 2019. Now by default, new tasks are either created on the project start date or on the current date. Now in this case, both the start and finish date are the same. They're today's date. And you can check which it's set to by looking at project options on the schedule page. I do suggest you have a quick look at that now. So what is the project start date? By default, the project start date is the date I created the project. And I created this project today, so that's why we have a start date of today. If you click on the Project tab on the ribbon, and in the Properties group, normally the first button there is Project Information. So let's click on that. And one of the basic pieces of information we have in there is the start date for the project, which is showing here currently highlighted. It will also tell you in this case what the finish date is as well. Now, of course, I haven't really got much work scheduled on this project at the moment, so it means that I can start planning this wedding today, and I can actually have the wedding today as well because I will be ready. I'm just going to go back to what I was saying now about project options. You can see here that we're scheduling from project start date. Some projects might be scheduled from the project finish date. Now, it's very conventional to start a project and say to yourself, when will I be ready? But also what often happens is that you know when you've got to be finished by, and what you really need to know is when you should start the project. You can do both of those types of scheduling in Project 2019, but it's very important to know at any time whether you're scheduling from the start date or to the finish date. The approach we're taking now with planning this wedding is that we're starting at a start date, and when we've done all the planning and got all the other activities in, we'll know when we can be ready by. So we haven't got a date for the wedding yet. We need to do a lot of work to do a lot of planning first, but we will find out when we would be ready to have the wedding by. So let me cancel this dialog for now. And I'm going to put in a couple more of the tasks into my project. Okay, so I've got those 3 tasks in there now. You might be slightly surprised by how my plan looks, but there are very good reasons for it. At the moment, I've not told Project 2019 much about these tasks at all. I haven't, for instance, said that attire must happen after planning or that guests must happen after attire. So it has no reason to put these tasks in any kind of sequence. A very important point as well here is that you don't actually have to enter the tasks of a project in chronological sequence. I could put all of these in any order that I wanted to. But the convention is that the tasks you expect to at least start first go first in the list. Now, in the left-hand column here, you have something called a task ID. And as you'll see later on in the course, task IDs fulfill a very important purpose. But one way of looking at this is that generally speaking, the convention is that the tasks with the lower IDs correspond to the tasks that are performed earliest in the project. Having said that, as you'll see later on with this wedding plan, the individual elements that make up each of these tasks, and bear in mind we're going to break each of these tasks down as we go through, will overlap some of the things that we thought were going to be earlier on or will be later on and so on. And in any case, as the project progresses, things will tend to change. So having the earliest tasks as the ones with the lowest ID numbers is more of a sort of general guideline than any sort of specific rule. The next thing I'm going to do is put in the rest of those tasks. And there we are. I have all those headings in. All of them have an estimated duration of 1 day, which is clearly not the case, but we have a starting point for our plan. And having done that work, the next most important thing to do is save that plan. And that's what we're going to do first in the next section. So I will see you then. Hello there, and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. Now, in this section, I'm going to take a look at opening and closing projects. And before I do that, the very first thing I'm going to do is save the first version of the wedding plan. And I'm going to talk more about saving in a couple of sections' time, but for the moment, I'm going to save this to the course files folder with a very straightforward file name. And then we're going to concentrate on a bit of opening and closing. So in order to save this project, I go to the Backstage view, so into File, and then click on Save As. And what this brings up is the Save As page, and exactly what you see here will really depend on what Save As locations are available to you. So you can see here that I have a few different ones. I could choose to save this file to OneDrive, and you can see I have a OneDrive business account there and also a OneDrive personal account. I could choose to save it into SharePoint, which is what you can see just here. Or I could choose to save it to this PC. So if I wanted to save it to a folder on my hard drive, that would be my option as well. Now I'm going to save this file to my PC. So I could click on this PC, or I could click on Browse at the bottom. So I'm going to click on Browse, and that will let me choose the location where I want to save this file. So I'm just going to go through and select a folder. And the folder I'm going to choose here is Project 2019 Course Files. Now at the moment, the Course Files folder is empty as far as the Save As type that I'm using, which you can see down here is .mpp, which is the default file extension for project files. So all I need to do is go down to File Name and give my project a name. So I'm going to call this SSI Wedding 01 and click on Save. Now when I've saved that, the file name appears in the header of the Microsoft Project 2019 window. So you can see there it says right at the top SSI Wedding 01.mpp. And if I'd now like to save this or any other project using the approach I've just taken, I can do that. So if I go back to File and Save As, and this time let's click on this PC, you'll see that I have now listed at the top the last save location. So it's showing me that the last file I saved was into the Project 2019 Course Files folder. So it makes it very easy for me to access the folder that I've recently saved into. Now there's a couple of important things to note about these sort of lists and locations of lists and files, and that is the more you work with Project 2019, obviously these lists are going to get longer and longer, and you'll find that save locations and items will start to drop off the bottom of the list. Now, something to anticipate that, if you have locations that you save into on a frequent basis and things you want to be able to access quickly, you do have a very useful utility in Project 2019, and that is the ability to be able to pin folders to the top of the list. And you'll see as I hover over the Project 2019 course files, if you cast your eyes to the right hand side, you'll see I have a little drawing pin icon. If I click on that drawing pin, that's going to now pin that folder to the top of the list. So no matter how many other save locations I start to see build up in here, this one is always going to be at the top. And you can pin more than one. You can pin up to about 30, I think it is, into the top of this list. So that's also a really useful utility for being able to quickly access folders that you use most often. So in a moment, I'm going to look at some of the options for opening that wedding project again. But before I do, let's go into project options and straight to the advanced page. And I did mention earlier on that we would be looking at some of these advanced options as we go through the course. There won't be time to go through each and every single one of them. You can see there are quite a few in here, and some of them I will leave for you to go through in your own time, but I would like to point out a few of them as we go. And I do suggest that from time to time you take a browse through these options. It's always good to know what your settings are and if you need to adjust those settings to enable you to work more efficiently with whatever it is that you're doing. For example, on the advanced page, in the display group, which is just down here, you'll see this first option, show the number of recent projects, and it's currently set to 50. So here you can very easily control how many projects appear in your recent list. And below that option is show the number of unpinned recent folders. And then below that option, you also have an option to quickly access this number of recent projects. So again, you could select however many projects you want to be able to access quickly from there. And then underneath that, we have show this number of unpinned recent folders. So you have a number of options just here that you can experiment with to get them to the optimum level for you and the way that you work. So I would definitely check out those options. I'm fairly happy with how they're set at the moment, so I'm not going to make any changes there. Now I'm going to click cancel, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit project altogether and kind of pretend it's the next day, and then when I come back and see what happens when I start up project. So let's close down project, and then I'm going to reopen it. Well, when I start up project again, I can of course see the wedding project in my recent projects list. Now, I'm not going to open that at the moment. What I'm going to do is start a new blank project. And it might be that as I'm working on my new blank project, I decide that I need to take a look at the wedding project, maybe as a quick reference point. Now, I don't actually need to close down this project that I currently have open. I can have more than one project open at once. So I'm going to go to the File ribbon and I'm going to select Open. And of course, there in my recent files is my wedding project. Now again, I might choose to pin this. Again, if this is something which I reference frequently, it might serve me well to pin this to the top of that list as well. So let's just do that. So now I have my file pinned. And if I click on folders, I also have my Project 2019 course files folder pinned. So you have that option as well, not just with folders, but also with standalone files. So let's open the wedding project. I'm going to double click on it. So now I have my two projects open, and I can see that if I go down to my taskbar and just hover over the project icon, I can very easily see the two different project files that I've got open, Project 1 and SSI Wedding 01, and I can choose to flick between them if I want to. So it makes it very quick and simple to move between any of your project files just by hovering over the project icon in the status bar. Now that's one way of cycling through all the projects that you have open. Another way would be to use your Alt and Tab key. You may be familiar with that. That allows you to cycle through everything that you've got open, not just your project files. So you could use Alt and Tab. And a third and final way that you might want to utilize is actually within project itself. If I go to the View ribbon at the top, you'll see right in the group at the end, the window group, we have a switch windows option. And when I click that, you'll see that I then have access to all of the files, the project files, I should say, that I currently have open. So again, Project 1 and SSI Wedding 01. And you can see the wedding plan has a little tick against it because that's the one that I'm currently viewing. So again, this is a nice way of being able to switch quickly between your projects. So any of those three methods are really good utilities to use. So by now you should have enough tools and techniques to create a project, save it, close it, and open it again. And also you should understand how you can work on multiple projects at the same time and very easily switch back and forth between them. So now it's time for you to do the first course exercise. That's what I'm going to set you in the next section, so please join me for that.
For the next section, you'll want to download the Project 2019 course exercise files. Click the link below in the video details to get these. You can also scroll through the video details to find timestamps for each section of this course. Finally, if you're enjoying this training, please leave us a thumbs up and some comments.
Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, I'm going to be setting you exercise 1, and the information that you need to complete exercise 1 is in the exercises folder. And what you're going to need is the text file exercise 01 majortasks.txt. And you can see I've got that file open here in Notepad. And that lists the major tasks, the major headings for the bathroom refit that you are going to plan, which is very exciting. So I would like you to use this list and produce a Microsoft Project 2019 project like this one behind. Now note the name that I've given my sample answer at the top here. So we've got Simon Says IT, Project 2019, exercise 01.mpp. All of the sample answers that I provide will be in that same exercise folder. So make sure that you finish up with something pretty close to what I have here. And I do appreciate that the start dates may not be relevant for you at this current time. So make sure you finish up with something that is pretty close to what I have here. I do appreciate that the start date and the finish date may vary in the examples that you're using depending on when you're doing this course. So see how you go with exercise 1. That's it from me for this section. Please join me in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, we're going to look at some other basic properties of tasks, and I'm just going to go back to that first version of the wedding plan that we were looking at. So the top one here, remember I've got it pinned to the top of the list, makes it super easy to access, and I'm just going to open that by double clicking. Now if I look at that first task, the one with the name planning, and if I click in the duration field, the duration, as I explained earlier, has a default value of 1 day, which you can see here, with a little question mark next to it, which indicated that this is an estimated duration. I can, of course, use these little scroll bars at the side, these little scroll arrows, to increase the duration, or alternatively decrease the duration. And you'll see as soon as I do that, the question mark is removed, so it's no longer an estimated duration because I'm inputting something into that duration cell. Now I don't have to use these little scroll arrows just here. For instance, if I went into the attire field, for example, I can literally click in this field and I can type something in there if I wanted to. So I could type 3 days, for example. And you'll see that as I type that, if you look up into the little bar at the top here, it also inputs 3 days. And if I'm happy with that, I can click on the tick to accept it like so. And as you can see, as I adapt and adjust the duration of these tasks, the bar in the Gantt chart on the right extends accordingly. So we now have these 2 bars showing as 3 days and the rest of my plan showing as 1 day. Now we haven't actually looked at the definition of working days and working weeks and working hours as yet, but you can probably see from that when I'm talking about, for example, an 8-day task, I'm talking about 8 working days, and that doesn't include days at the weekend with the current calendar that I'm using on this project. Now look very carefully at the bar chart on the right, because for the tasks that still have a 1 day estimated duration, you'll see that at the right hand end of each of those, you've got a vertical line, this one just here. Now it's pretty much coincidence that it's at the right hand end of those bars. That vertical line indicates the current date. So that is essentially what I like to call the today line. So at any point you can see where you are today in relation to the project, or if you like, where the project is in relation to today. And we've talked about the project start date. Supposing I was entering this project and in fact the various aspects of it had started a couple of weeks ago, I'm a bit late setting this project up in Project 2019. So some of these things may have already happened. What I could do is change the project start date. So look, for example, at that first planning task, which says it starts on March the 14th. So that's the date that I entered it yesterday, and that is currently the start date for this project. So let's go into project information, which you'll find up here on the project ribbon and down into project information. So let's go in and change this start date to a date 2 weeks ago. And you see I have my little calendar here. So I'm going to select Friday the 1st of March and then click on OK. Now none of the durations have changed, but each of the tasks has an updated start date. Now, of course, I could change the individual task start dates. So for instance, if I wanted to change the date that the attire task is starting, and if I decide that attire is something we maybe need to think about a little bit, and I know that people need to sort out their clothes, but I think I'm going to leave that until after the Easter break. So I might want to change this attire start date to after Easter. So I'm going to put it a month in advance. So let's say April let's do 15th. So that's when the task is going to start. Now in doing that, one of the problems I have is that this task is now shut off to the right in my chart. If you look, I can no longer see it. That may or may not be a problem, but you know how to resolve that already because you know about the zoom slider. So right in the bottom corner, we have our little zoom slider with our plus and our minus buttons to control it. And the only reason I can't see it is because we're not on that correct part of the Gantt chart. So if you look at the dates running across the top, they don't go as far enough into the future currently for me to be able to see the start date of this task. So I'm going to zoom out very slightly by clicking on the minus. And there we go. You can see my little task pop into view as I zoom out a couple of times. And of course, if I wanted to, I could not only set the duration of each of these tasks, but I could start to actually set them out in time. So for instance, I could decide on a wedding day, and assuming that I'm confident we'd be ready for that, I could plot that at some time next year as well. And similarly, for each of those other tasks, I could set up a duration. I could decide on a start date, and I could start to put my project plan together with a lot more care and attention, and hopefully with a lot more resemblance to what is actually going to happen. And that is indeed what we're going to be doing over the next few sections. However, this project, if it's just comprised of those roughly 10 tasks, it wouldn't really be a very realistic project. So what we're going to need to do is put in a lot more detail to make this into a realistic planning exercise. Now, in order to do that, you need to know quite a lot more about tasks, and you need to know about things like dependencies and resources. And one of the things I'm going to tell you about, and in fact we're going to start on this straight away in the next section, is that you need to have an understanding of summary tasks and outlining. But for the balance of this section, I just want to look at information about tasks. Now we've seen task name, duration, start and finish date. I mentioned work once or twice. Now before I do this, if I look across at my column headings where I have task name, duration, start, finish, so on and so forth, and if I drag this across very slightly, you can see that I don't have a column currently labelled work, and I want to have a column called work. So if you do need to make adjustments to what columns you see here, if you look right at the end, we have something that says add new column. So I'm going to click the drop down. And there is a whole host of different columns that you can select, and they are in alphabetical order, making it slightly easier for you to find the one you want. And I'm going to scroll all the way down to the bottom, and I'm going to look for the one that says work, and there it is. So let's select it, and you see I now have a work column. So I'm just going to grab it and drag all the way across, and I'm going to drop it next to task name. And now you see I have my new column in between task name and duration. Let's get back to just talking about information about tasks. For any task in Project 2019, there is an awful lot of information about that task available, and you may need to be able to manipulate that in some way. Now I've got the attire task selected, and what I'm going to do is right click on that row to bring up the contextual menu. And one of the options about fourth from the bottom there is information. And I'm going to click information, and it brings up the task information dialog. Now this is a dialog with half a dozen or so tabs running across the top, and each tab has information about the selected task. Much of the information won't mean much at the moment, but by the end of the course, most of it will, hopefully. And some things, I think the descriptions that you can see here, pretty much explain what that particular piece of task information is about. So for instance, you know about the name, but what about percentage complete or the amount of work that we've done? Well, currently we haven't done any of it, so that's why it's showing as 0% complete. It's an auto-scheduled task. We've briefly mentioned that previously. And you can see the start date and the finish date there. It's not an estimated duration, so that's why this checkbox isn't ticked. And it's a 3-day task. And it has a priority of 500. Now, the other properties on this particular tab are ones that we're going to be looking at later on. But let's look at the other tab. So let's jump across and take a look at predecessors. What are this task's predecessors? Which tasks must happen before this one? Or which tasks in some way depend on this one? Which resources does it use? And there is also an advanced tab with information like deadlines, constraints, specific calendars to use, and so on. Virtually all of these we're going to be looking at during this course. We can also do things like record notes about the task, and we can even set up custom fields with custom information about the task. So that's the task information for that particular attire task. Let me cancel out of this and just point out something I've mentioned a couple of times before. Task information is a good example of something which you can get at in a variety of different ways. So with the same attire task selected, if I go to the Task tab at the top, and on the ribbon there is a button in the Properties group called Information. And that brings up the exact same dialog box. Let's cancel out of there. Another way I can bring that up is to just double click on the attire task. And you see I get exactly the same dialog box. So a few different ways for you to bring up that task information box. And that is something important for you to remember, because being able to access this task information box quickly is something that's going to be pretty important to you as you run through this course. And if you want to do a little bit of extra reading about task information, remember that you do always have that help button down in the bottom left-hand corner of the task information box. So that's it for this section. I will see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, we're going to look at summary tasks and outlining, and I'm going to use the wedding project and demonstrate how we can build up the level of detail and the structure of this project. Now, I mentioned a couple of times already that the tasks that I currently have in the project, so planning, attire, guests, venue, etc., are actually high-level tasks. They really represent groups of tasks, and what we're going to start to do now is to flesh this plan out a little bit and break up each of those high-level tasks, what we're going to call summary tasks, down into individual tasks or subtasks. And by the end of this section, we'll have a much more detailed project plan. But to get us started, I want to look at one particular summary task. And just before we get into it, I want to point out two things. First of all, if you were doing a breakdown of the tasks involved in a wedding project, particularly if you're doing it from scratch, you would almost certainly come up with a different breakdown to me. So the tasks that I'm going to add, you might not necessarily add into your project plan, but just remember that this is a guide as we go through, and you can add whichever kinds of tasks you like. But it is important that all of the necessary tasks in the project are represented ultimately in the project plan. And the second thing to point out is although you're going to add quite a bit of detail to this wedding project plan, you could add a lot more. So again, don't use what I'm doing as a cast in iron guide. You add in the tasks that are relevant to whatever it is that you're planning. Now we're probably going to end up with something in the order of between 50 and 100 tasks in total. But if you were doing this for real, and it was a particularly thorough plan, you might have hundreds and hundreds of tasks. So please just bear that in mind as we go through. So the task I'm going to break down first is this one here, the guests task. So if I click on Venue and then right click my mouse, I can go to Insert Task. And what that will do is it will insert this new task item surrounded by chevrons underneath guests. And this means this is going to be one of my guests' subtasks. It gets a default name of new task and then default values for duration, work, start and finish date as well. Now I'm going to rename this task to make it a little bit more meaningful. And all I need to do is click in the entry bar at the top and type in the name. So I'm going to call this one Make Guest List and hit enter. So that's my first guest related task. Now the important thing here is that this is actually a subtask of my guests task. And in order to indicate that it's a subtask, I'm going to demote it in my task hierarchy. And there is a button in the schedule group on the task tab for that. So if you go to the schedule group, you'll see you have promote and demote buttons. And you'll see if I hover over this one, it says indent task and gives me the keyboard shortcut for that. And if I hover over the other one, it says outdent task. So if I click on indent, the task automatically demotes within its hierarchy. So now not only does make guest list get indented, and it clearly indicates that this is a subtask of guests because of a number of other things that are going on here as well. One of them is that the word guests has now become bold, indicating that this is a summary task. And also it gets this tiny little wedge or triangle next to the word guests. And we can use that wedge to collapse or expand any of the subtasks related to that task. So if I click it, my subtask disappears. If I click it again, it reappears. So this is really useful and a really sort of great space-saving trick when you have lots and lots of tasks, which we will do as we build this up. If you're not particularly interested in a particular group of tasks at that moment in time, you can just collapse up the group and it just enables you to see a lot more of maybe the tasks that you are more interested in. So it's a really great way of being able to control that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a second subtask. So I'm going to click on Venue again. I'm going to right click and select Insert Task. Now this new task has clearly gone above Venue again, but it also inherits the indentation level, what we call the outline level of the task above it. So it automatically becomes a subtask of guests because it gets the same indentation level. So let me again type in a name for my new task up to the entry bar. And we're going to say for this one, send out invitations. Very important thing to remember. And click on the tick or press enter. Now my column is wide enough to accommodate send out invitations, but if I did have my column slightly less wide, slightly narrower I should say, you'll see that the text automatically wraps around in the cell. I'm just going to take that back by double clicking to expand to the length of the longest piece of text in this column. Now, if when I enter this, send out invitations wasn't actually meant to be a subtask of guests, all I need to do is make sure that I've got the task selected, and then one of the other buttons in the schedule group is the other one that we use, so outdent task. So if I click that, you can see it moves it ever so slightly, and it's no longer a subtask of guests. And we can test that even further. If I was to collapse that guest task, you can see that I can still see send out invitations. It hasn't been hidden with the rest of this group essentially. So very easy to indent and outdent tasks to either make them tasks or subtasks. Now in this instance, I do actually want send out invitations to be part of this guest group. So I'm just going to highlight it again and use my indent task button to make that a subtask of guests once again. So what I'm going to do now is go through and add in a third and a fourth subtask for the task guests. So having entered the fourth subtask, let me just point out something else here. Let me right click on Book Guest Accommodation. Note that the indent and the outdent buttons are both available here as well on the mini toolbar. So if you wanted to, you could use those as well. And as usual, as you're working in Project 2019, Project itself offers you the most likely commands on either the contextual menu or the mini toolbar. So keep your eyes open for those because they often give you a very quick way of working on a task like this. Now at this point, you may feel inclined to work out how long each of the tasks is going to take and when each of them needs to happen and so on. I don't want you to worry about any of those things at the moment. We're going to come back to the durations and the timescales and dependencies and so on as we go through the next sections of the course. All I want to do at the moment is to put in the structure of the project, and then we'll start to add the detail a little bit later on. Having said that, there's one more thing I need to show you here about summary tasks. So let me go to Make Guest List, and I'm going to increase the duration to 8 days. Now if you look over at the Gantt chart itself, you'll see that the Make Guest List task is indeed now 8 days long. But you'll also see that the summary task no longer has the same type of bar representing it as a standard subtask. The summary task has a different format bar on the right there. Now we're going to talk about Gantt chart formatting much later on, and you can in fact change most aspects of formatting of these bars anyway. But there's two important things. One of them is that the summary task does have a different format of bar which helps it stand out on the right there. But also the summary task by default does not have a duration of its own. The duration of the summary task is actually the duration from when its first subtask starts right through to when its latest subtask ends. So the duration of the summary task is in effect dictated by the scheduling of these subtasks. So if we look at ours here, our guest task is showing in this format and it's showing 8 days. And that's because the longest task, or the longest subtask I should say, that we have currently is Make Guest List, which is also 8 days long. And the other subtasks are only 1 day. So hence why this bar is showing as currently being 8 days long, because it will show the duration of the longest subtask in the list. What I'm going to do now is to insert the rest of the subtasks for this particular project. Now, if you'd actually like to do this yourself rather than use the sample file, the demo file that I'll tell you about towards the end of this section, there is a text file in the course file folder. And this text file lists each of the subtasks under its relevant summary task. So if you want a bit of practice, you could go through and set all of these up. This is what you'll see in that text file, and again just a reminder, it's called SSI Project 2019 Wedding Task Breakdown.txt, so please feel free to use that as a practice. So here is the revised wedding plan. This will be the version that I'll save as Wedding 02. So if you want to take a look and perhaps somehow compare it with the version you've made yourself, that's fine. And there is one other area now that we need to look at. And in order to look at that area, what I'm going to do is add even more detail to this temporarily. Now I'm going to take the task, select and order wedding dress, and I'm going to break that down into 3 further subtasks. So I'm going to right click, select Insert Task, and the first one is going to be Select Wedding Dress. and click the tick. And I'm going to then indent that to make it a subtask of select and order wedding dress. And you'll see as immediately when I do that, the task above, select and order wedding dress, becomes bold and I get my little triangle at the side, that expandable and collapsible triangle. Let's do another one. Same process, right click, insert task, and we'll call this one order dress. And the final one might be measurements and fittings. And you'll see that all of them have taken on the same indentation of the subtask that we added. And then we might, for example, break down measurements and fittings into measurements and then first fitting, second fitting, third fitting, something like that. So as you can see, even though we're in the very early stages of planning this project, we're already getting pretty deep into building out that structure for our plan. Now, when you're looking at a plan like this and bearing in mind that we've still only got round about let's have a look right to the bottom, under 45 tasks, I should say. The highest ID number there, if we scroll down, is 43. If we really went in and putting all of the detail, actually making your way around this plan would start to get quite complicated because it will look more and more complicated. We haven't even started yet on durations and assigning resources and putting in dependencies and time constraints and so on. So there'll be much more detail to add. And it's usually the case when you start to increase the size of a project that you only want to look at certain parts at certain times, or even that you only want to look at the project at a certain level. Now, there is a straightforward way of determining the level of detail that you see in a plan such as this one. So I'm scrolled back up to the top of my plan and I'm going to select attire, the attire summary task. And that's the task with the ID of 4. If I click on the View tab, and I'm going to go to the Data group, and there is an outline button just here. And if you look at the description, you can see this, the screen tip has come up. It says, specify which outline level should be used in the view. For a large project, you may want to collapse everything to outline level 1 or 2 and then expand only the sections that interest you. So if I have attire selected and I click on the bottom of this outline button, let's see what happens if I say select, for example, hide subtasks. Now you'll only see attire and all the subtasks and all levels below it are hidden. Let's go back to the outline button again. And if I want to show those subtasks, I just click on Show Subtasks. And there we go. Now, in fact, I can apply the same principle to the whole project. So if I click on the bottom of the outline button again and say click on Level 1, it's going to show me outline level 1. And look what's happened here. All I see is everything just at level 1. If I click on level 2, I get to see everything at level 2. But note, with task ID 5, select and order wedding dress, under attire level 2 means that I don't see its subtasks. I only see the level 2 subtask, select and order wedding dress. So as you can see, the summary tasks like planning and attire and guests are all at what we call level 1, and the level below that is level 2 and so on. There is in Project 2019 a level 0, and level 0 is actually pretty important. So let me show you what level 0 is. If you go into the Gantt chart tools and the Format tab, towards the right-hand end in the Show Hide group, there is a checkbox for Project Summary Task. And the Project Summary Task has some very important uses, some of which we're going to look at during the duration of this course. Now, I already have this switched on, but if I was to take the tick out of that box, just look in the task name field what happens when I untick Project Summary Task. Can you see it removes that main heading? Let me click it again. And you can see SSI Wedding 02 comes back. And there is a duration for the project summary task, which in effect is the duration of the entire project currently. And as we'll see, there are many aspects of the project that we need to use the project summary task in order to deal with, but more on those things later. So I'm going to select the project summary task. I'm going to go back into Outline and I'm going to click Hide Subtasks. So bearing in mind, anything you select in this outline group applies to the task that you're currently clicked on, which is why I clicked on the project summary task. And now you can see it's hidden pretty much every task in my project. So let me put those back again. Show subtasks, and my project comes back. And then finally, since I've put in the subtasks of task 5 here, select and order wedding dress, I think I'll leave these for now. They may be a little bit useful later on. So that's it on summary tasks and outlining. Please join me for exercise 2 in the next section.
For the next section, you'll want to download the Project 2019 course exercise files. Click the link below in the video details to get these. You can also scroll through the video details to find timestamps for each section of this course. Finally, if you're enjoying this training, please leave us a thumbs up and some comments.
Hello again and welcome back to Project 2019. In this section, I'd like you to take the information in the file in the exercise folder, Project 2019, Exercise 2, Task Breakdown.txt, which is this text file that I have open on the screen. And I want you to use that to create the fuller version of the bathroom refit project with structure. So for example, in the planning summary task, there are 6 subtasks: scoping, select style, decide about project manager, check permissions required, fix dates, and temporary accommodation. And what you should produce will hopefully be similar to my sample answer for exercise 2. Now notice I've still only got 1 day estimated as the duration of each task, but my project now has structure. And in particular, note the project task summary right at the top there. It has an ID of 0. So that's it for exercise 2. My sample answer is in the usual place, and I will see you in the next section. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, we're going to look at dependencies, and as we're doing that, we're going to add quite a bit more detail into this wedding plan. Now, you might be wondering what a dependency is. Well, a dependency reflects the fact that some things happening depend on other things happening. The way in which they depend can be quite complex, but in a very simplest type of dependency, we would say that one task cannot start until another task finishes. But we can have much more complex dependencies than that. And in particular, one task may depend on many other tasks. Now, let's start looking at this. Let's take a pretty straightforward dependency to begin with. So let's take a look at tasks 6 and 7. Select wedding dress and order dress. Now, clearly, you're not going to order the dress until you've selected it. But as soon as you have selected it, you might then want to order it. If I want to record in my schedule that one task is dependent on another, the very simplest way of doing it, and let me select this first task here, task 6, I'm going to hold down my control key and select task 7. So I have both of those tasks selected currently. I'm then going to go up to the task tab, and in the schedule group, there is a button just here. It looks like a chain link button, and it says link the selected tasks. And you can see there that there is a shortcut key of Control plus F2. So let's click that. And you can link tasks so one can't start until the other one has finished. And this establishes the very simplest kind of dependency. Now, if you look over on the Gantt chart, you can see that we now have an arrow indicating the dependency whereby task 6 must finish. And you can see the little arrow there. So it comes out of task 6 at the finish line essentially and points towards the start of task 7. And if I pull this divider here, you'll see that that reveals the predecessors column. And you can see that now for task 7 in the predecessors column, it now has the number 6 in there, which states that task 7 is dependent on task 6 completing. Now let's look at the durations of these tasks. So let's go back to select wedding dress. This is obviously very difficult to be absolute about, but let's suppose that the bride has decided that in order to select a wedding dress, it's actually quite a long and complex process. So she's probably going to need maybe a month or 2 in order to be able to do that. So let's say that in terms of working days, weekday working days, let's call it 8 weeks or 40 days in this case. So if I click on the wedding dress task and go to duration, and I'm just going to change this to 40 days. And you can see immediately that the Gantt chart updates to reflect that. Now that's all fine, but in terms of ordering the dress, that's a reasonably quick task. Once you've made the selection, you're probably going to order that dress fairly quickly. So that could be a matter of going into the store and filling in a form, committing to spend a certain amount of money, maybe paying the deposit on the dress. And we'll talk about things like costs later on. And we're really going to say that the order is going to be placed in a day. So let's change this order dress. And currently we have an estimate in here of 1 day. Remember, that's what the question mark represents. It's just an estimate currently. So I'm going to go in and change this from an estimate to a fixed duration. Now I can do that in a couple of ways. I could go in and edit the cell, or I could double click on the task to bring up the task information and just take that tick out of estimated and click on OK. Now, once the dress has been ordered, the measurements and fittings can start. There'll be a sequence of these until the dress is finalised. And once again, let's assume that it's going to take a total period of 40 days for all that to happen. So we can select task 7 and we can select task 8, control key, and we could create a dependency in exactly the same way we did before. However, if I right click on the selection, if you look at the mini toolbar down here, you'll see that it has a link button. So I can do the link that way. And I can do the link before I establish the second duration. So let me double click on task 8 and change its duration to not estimated and 40 days. And there we are. And at the end of task 8, we should have a wedding dress that fits. Now let's move on to task 9, select and order bridesmaid dresses. Now this is not a task which is completely independent of the wedding dress because, as I understand it, in general the wedding dress would be selected first with a thought to what the bridesmaids' dresses will be like. But you certainly wouldn't start selecting the bridesmaid dresses until you were certain about the wedding dress. So let's in this case say that the dependency is we'll select the wedding dress before we select and order the bridesmaids' dresses. Now in reality, with a select and order bridesmaids' dresses, that's probably going to be broken down into more subtasks underneath that, but for the moment we'll stick with what we have. So let's establish a link between select wedding dress and select and order bridesmaids' dresses. So up to the task ribbon, and in the schedule group, we're going to click that link the selected task button again. And let's change this duration. So I'm going to double click on the task. And we're going to take the tick out of estimated, and we're going to say the duration is 60 days. And you can see by looking at our schedule now, this takes us towards the middle of July. And you can also see on our schedule that select wedding dress now has a number of tasks dependent on it. And of course, any task can not only have several tasks depending on it, but it can depend on several tasks as well. Now let's start to look at these dependencies in a little bit more detail. There is a dependency from task 6 to task 9. We just set that up. If I hover over the arrow that represents that dependency, there is a screen tip that comes up that gives me a summary of the dependency. It's an FS, a finish to start dependency. That means that the first task in the dependency, that is select wedding dress, must finish, or F, before select and order bridesmaid dresses can start, and that is what the S is. And in fact, if I double click on that line, I get a task dependency dialog where I could, if I wanted to, change that dependency. So it says from select wedding dress to select and order bridesmaids dresses, there is a finish to start dependency with a lag of 0 days. Now, if I decided in this particular case that after the wedding dress was selected, and at that point we were going to order it, we could certainly start looking at selecting and ordering bridesmaids dresses, but we needed to leave a gap of, say, 5 days for some reason, and that would represent a lag of 5 days. So let's do that. Let's change the lag to 5 days, just using those scroll buttons, and click on OK. So now you'll see that there is a 5-day gap in between the finish of select wedding dress and the start of select and order bridesmaids dresses. So that is what we call a lag. And I could also have said that there is a lag of -5 days. So let's take a look at that. I'm going to double click, and I could take that back 5 days, or to -5 days, like so. Now that is what we call a negative lag, and we often refer to it as a lead. We still have a finish to start relationship, but what the relationship now says is that the second task can start 5 days before the first task finishes. So we can actually get started on selecting and ordering the bridesmaid dresses 5 days before we finish selecting the wedding dress. And again, you can see that represented here on the Gantt chart. There is an overlap between selecting the wedding dress and selecting and ordering the bridesmaids dresses. Now I'm going to restore that to being a lag of 0 days in a moment, but first of all, I'd like you to look at the predecessors column. If you look at task 7, order dress, its predecessor was 6. Look at task 8, its predecessor was 7. When all you see in the predecessor column is a number, that indicates a default finish to start relationship with 0 lag. If there's more complexity to the dependency, then you'll see something such as you can see for task 9. The dependency is on task 6, so it begins with a 6. The FS basically says that it is a finish to start dependency, which is the default. But the reason it says that is because it then says -5 days. So that code tells you that task 9 has a finish to start relationship with task 6, which means that 6 must finish before 9 starts, but there is a 5-day lead. So in effect, task 9 can start 5 days before task 6 finishes. And whenever there is anything other than a standard default finish to start relationship, so if it's any other type of relationship or if there is lag or lead, you'll see that coded into this predecessors column. So let me once again open up that dialog. So I'm going to double click, and I'm going to change that lag back to 0 days. But just before I click on OK, let's take a look at the other types of dependency. Now, there are 4 types in total. Finish to start, which is the default, as I mentioned. There is also start to start, which means that the second task can start when the first one does. Of course, you can apply lag or lead to any of these. The next one is finish to finish, which means that the second task can only finish when the first task finishes. And then there is start to finish, which means that the second task can't finish until the first task starts. Now, by far the most common dependency is the finish to start, but you are very likely to come across the others at some point. And in the next section or two, I'm going to show you one or two examples of these other types of dependency. The next task I want to look at is the task of making the guest list. Now, making the guest list can be quite a long and controversial subject. I'm going to assume for a moment that it's going to take maybe 3 to 4 weeks to try and make sure that everybody that should be invited is invited. So let's change this from 8 to 15 days. And again, you can either click in the cell and change it up here or double click on the task. So I'm just going to put 15 and click the tick. But let's also say that once we've got some guests on the guest list who are definitely going to be invited, we might start sending out the invitations pretty much straight away. So for task 13, send out invitations, this would be a task that would pretty much run throughout the period of making the guest list. We may even wait to see what responses we get to some of the invitations. So let's extend send out invitations to be a 20-day task. So this time I'm going to double click and I'm going to change that to 20D and OK. And let's say that this is going to start 5 days after making the guest list starts. So once we've been working on the guest list for a week, we're going to start sending out the first batch of invitations and see what sort of responses we get. So let's link these two up to the task ribbon and click our link button. And I'm going to double click and set my task dependency. So this is going to be start to start, and we're going to put a 5-day lag in there. Now, we need to allow time for people to respond to invitations. As usual, quite a controversial subject, how long you would like to give people to respond to an invitation, but probably a figure of something like 2 or 3 weeks. So you're going to start sending out invitations on a particular date, and then over a period of time, you'll send out some more and you'll start to get replies back. But in reality, you can't really finalize the guest list until you've received all of the responses to the invitations. So what I'm going to do is to create a link between send out invitations and finalize guest list. So I've created a link between those two, and I'm going to put a lag of 15 days in. And then instead of saying it's a finish to start link, I'm going to say that it's a finish to finish link. And I'm also going to say that finalize guest list is a 5-day task. And what you can see there is a situation where at some point before our deadline, we're going to start to finalize the guest list, but we're not actually going to be able to finish it until 15 days after we've sent out the last invitation. Now, of course, the way that I've done it, that was partly just to demonstrate these types of dependency. But you'll see from that also that when you're setting up dependencies, there are often a number of options to consider. And coming up with the right sort of dependency can sometimes involve quite a bit of thought and discussion. So we've put quite a bit more detail into our plan now for the wedding. In the next section, we're going to look at constraints and deadlines, and we're going to do a little bit more on dependencies as well. So please join me in the next section for that. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. Since we last looked at the wedding plan, I've added quite a bit more detail to it in terms of the durations of many of the tasks and also some of the dependencies. So for example, if you look down at ID 20 where we have catering, within there are 2 pairs of tasks. There's the first pair and there is the second pair. And I've allowed 15 days for making a short list of caterers, talking to them, making a decision about which one to book, and then finalizing the menu with them. I've allowed 15 days for each of those tasks. And then I've done the same for the baker. So make baker shortlist, 15 days, select baker and order cake, also 15 days. Now it may look from the current plan that we could get this wedding done very, very quickly. But as you can see, one of the main issues is that we're doing everything all at once right at the start of the project, and in reality that's not really what would happen. There just wouldn't be enough time in this short period of time, in the case of a few weeks, to do all of those things at the same time. And as we'll see later on in the course, there are various factors or various reasons that will force us to spread these activities out over time. But for the moment, I just want to leave the plan like this, except for adding a few dependencies that are really important. Now, one situation that arises very often when you're working on projects is that there are one or two key decisions to make. And there are certain things that you must do before you make those key decisions, and there are certain other things that you can't do until after you've made those key decisions. And what I want to look at in this first section is the very key decision of the wedding date itself. So you can see here, task 3, set wedding date. Now, you can't do everything before you decide on the wedding date. So for example, we talked in the previous section about making out the guest list and sending out the invitations. You can't send out the invitations until you've set a wedding date. But you can't set the wedding date until you know what the venue you're going to use is and if it's available. You may also want to make sure that the venue you're going to use, for what we call in the UK the reception, is available as well. But you are going to have to take some things on trust. So for example, you may well have to say, well, I'm going to fix the wedding date and then see which photographers are available and book one of those photographers. So what I'm going to assume here in this wedding plan is that there are 2 or 3 key things that must happen before we can set the wedding date. And from that point onwards, various other things will be dependent on knowing that wedding date. So appreciating once again that there is quite a lot of detail missing from this plan, I've been through the plan and I've decided that the 2 key things that I need to do are number 18, book the reception venue, and also number 38, book the wedding venue. So I'm going to go up to set wedding date, and rather than using the linking mechanism that I've used before, I'm going to type in those IDs straight into the predecessors field on the end here. So I'm going to put in 18, 38. And that gives me a date on which I'm going to set the wedding date. I should point out that this is not final yet because we have a few more hurdles to overcome a little bit later on. And then from the setting of the wedding date, for example, I can say, well, if I select set wedding date, then certainly sending out the invitations will be dependent on that. So I'm going to put a link in between those 2. Up to task and click on link. And now we have a more realistic representation of when we're going to be in a position to send out the invitations. Now, particularly in the early stages of creating a project plan, it's important to review the plan from time to time to make sure that things haven't been missed. I've left a couple of items here which clearly have dependencies that aren't currently represented in the plan. So for instance, task 19, plan and finalize seating arrangements. And that will clearly need to have the guest list finalized before that can happen. So really a predecessor of plan and finalize seating arrangements should be task 14. Now there are still 1 or 2 key dependencies that I haven't put into the plan yet, but I want to turn my attention now to constraints and deadlines. Now let me insert a completely new task into this schedule. So right click, insert task. And you see that it's inserted it at the project start date. We changed that option much earlier on in the course if you remember. And if I open up that task and go to its advanced tab, I'll see that the constraint on that task is that it should start as soon as possible. And when scheduling from a start date and when you have the project start date as the default date for new tasks, that is the constraint that new tasks get. Generally speaking, they should start as soon as possible. Now, there are a number of different constraints that you can set on tasks, as late as possible, as soon as possible, finish no earlier than, so on and so forth. And it's worth pointing out that as late as possible will be the default when you're scheduling to an end date. But you also have this multitude of other options in the constraint type drop-down that you can select. Now, it's quite often external factors that mean you need to put constraints other than straightforward ones, such as soon as possible, onto a task. In many cases, when you're scheduling from a start date, as we are here, as soon as possible is the best bet because you're basically trying to get all of the tasks done as soon as possible without restricting project to do certain things on certain dates. But let's take an example of a possible constraint. Let's suppose that we already know that one of the bridesmaids, who is the bride's sister, is actually out of the country. So she's working abroad at the moment and she's not going to be available for the select and order bridesmaids dresses until the beginning of May 2019. So whatever else happens, she won't be available until then. Now, if I double click on this task and go to the Advanced tab, I can say constraint, start no earlier than, and then I can choose a date at the beginning of May. So whatever else happens, she won't be available until then. And when Project 2019 schedules the wedding, it will take into account that constraint that we can't start earlier than that. Now, you may want to, at this point, also put a note in here to remind yourself why the constraint is there. So across to the Notes tab, and I'm going to add a quick note. And as you can see, Project 2019 has successfully rescheduled this task to make sure that it doesn't actually begin until the beginning of May. Now, with the plan as it is at the moment and considering that particular task, the constraint that we've just added really has had quite an impact on the duration of the whole plan. So you've seen there an example of a constraint. Let's now look at deadlines. Deadlines in many ways are quite similar to constraints, but there are 2 or 3 really important differences. One difference is that a deadline is very easily visible in the Gantt chart. It's actually a physical marker in the Gantt chart, which you'll see in a moment. And you get not only a marker in the Gantt chart, but you can also get warning indicators in the indicator column to the left of the table. Another major difference is that although constraints are used in scheduling, as you saw just now with the limitation on the availability of one of the bridesmaids, deadlines are not actually used in scheduling. They are used in some calculations associated with scheduling, but they don't actually affect the schedule itself. So let's suppose that we decided, obviously we want the wedding to be a huge success, but if possible, we'd like to schedule it in a better time of year. So maybe it's always been our dream to have an autumn or fall wedding. So I want to change the actual date of the wedding to the beginning of September. So what I'm going to do is go down to the wedding date task itself, which is down here, task 41. Open that up. And I'm going to go to the Advanced tab. And I'm going to put a deadline on it. And the deadline I'm going to put on it is September the 1st. Now, you can't actually see September at the moment in the Gantt chart on the right there. So let me just zoom out a little. And now you can see that the deadline marker, the green arrow just there. And if I hover over it, you see deadline, task wedding day, deadline Sunday, September the 1st, 2019. Now that's a purely visual marker. It won't put in a physical limitation. But clearly, as we work further on the plan, we need to try to make sure that the wedding day never moves to the right of that date. We've got quite a lot more to do on it yet, so we don't need to worry about that too much at the moment. And as I say, if we do start to get a problem, we will see an indicator in the column at the left of the table. So I have two other things to do in this section, both fairly quick things to show you. First of all, I'm going to go into Options. So File, down to Options, and on the Schedule tab, one of the options is Auto Schedule Tasks Scheduled On, and we changed it to Project Start Date, which is the setting that I usually use. But let me just change that to Current Date and click on OK. And then I'm going to go and insert a new task. Now, if I double click and take a look at the constraints on that new task, it doesn't have an as soon as possible constraint. It has a start no earlier than constraint of today, which means, as the constraint implies, that the task cannot be scheduled by Project 2019 to start earlier than that date. So that's an important distinction. I'm now going to cancel that and delete both of those new tasks. So highlight them both, right click, delete task. And I'm just going to go back in and change that setting. So back to schedule. And I'm going to change this back to project start date because that is my preference. The second thing I want to do here is to make quite a big change. Right near the beginning of the plan, so ID 2, Agree, Budget and Approach, in terms of project management itself, quite often projects have phases. And probably the most likely phase with a wedding planning project would be that we'd start off by saying, well, how much money are we going to need to spend on this? What sort of level of spending are we looking at? And what will our approach be? So for example, are we talking about a relatively small family wedding with maybe just immediate family and a dozen or so people? Or are we talking about a much grander affair with 200 to 300 guests and maybe even more than that attending the reception and entertainment in the evening? Now really, that particular task is a precursor to virtually everything else within the schedule. And sometimes when you've been looking at a plan for a while like this one, you may decide, actually, I'm not 100% sure about the planning task at the beginning there, because setting the wedding date and agreeing the budget and approach are really two completely separate tasks. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to promote set wedding date. And again, you can do that from the mini toolbar. And also promote agree budget and approach. And I'm going to remove that planning task by right-clicking and delete task. And then I'm going to make task 1 a predecessor of each of the summary tasks. So let me just drag this out slightly. So task 3, attire, its predecessor is going to be 1. So what I've done is go through and put task 1 as a predecessor of each of those other summary tasks. And this reflects the fact that as you get more and more detail and accuracy in a plan, you may well want to restructure it. You may want to take everything from attire onwards and put that inside a sort of super summary task, which would make it much easier to represent the fact that everything in that task follows after the task with ID 1. Something else you can do, which often makes it easier to read a plan to understand the structure of it, if I select task 3, and on the Task tab, in the Insert group, click the lower half of the Task button, one of the options is Blank Row. And you can insert a blank row quite neatly into a project plan. And very often that emphasizes the structure of the plan. Note also, let's take this task here with ID 1. If I insert a blank row again, look at what happens to all of the predecessors in the predecessor column. The task is now task 2, and of course all of the other task IDs are updated accordingly. So that's the end of this section. I will see you in the next one. Hello there and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, we're going to look at milestones, and milestones are used to denote significant points or events in a project. Usually milestones have a 0 duration, but Project 2019 does allow milestones with non-zero durations as well. Now, milestones are used for a number of different reasons, and amongst the most important ones are as a way of providing a management snapshot of progress on a project. So there is, for example, a particular report called a milestone report, where you can just view the key milestones in the project and get a summary of where you are in terms of those milestones, which in turn gives you a good idea of general progress on the project. They can also be used to show you what's coming up next, what's happening, say, over the next week or so. And very often, milestones are associated with a payment schedule of some sort. So, for example, when a particular point is reached in a project, there may be a payment to make. Now, what I'm going to do with the wedding project is to take some of the existing tasks and turn them into milestones. And I may well introduce 1 or 2 new milestones along the way. Before I start, note what I've done with the project at this stage, because it looks a little bit different to when we last saw it in the previous section. Now, this is version 3 of the project, and I've collapsed up all of those summary tasks. As you can see down here, from task 6 to 43, they're now all collapsed and we cannot see the subtasks. So for instance, there is a dependency between a task in wedding day and the setting of the wedding date. But because wedding day is collapsed, you can't see that link. If I expand wedding day again, it's now visible. So just really to emphasize the point that when you're looking at a project with some summary tasks collapsed, you need to be careful at what you're interpreting, because some elements of the project may have become invisible even though they're actually quite significant. Now, one of the very important aspects of milestones is that, generally speaking, although I should say there are exceptions, but generally speaking, because a milestone is a task of 0 duration, it is assumed that there is little or no work associated with the milestone itself. So if I take task 4 here, for example, set wedding date, if that doesn't actually involve any significant amount of work, I could make it into a milestone. But what I'm actually going to do on this occasion is to insert specifically a milestone which indicates when the task has been completed. So I'm going to select the task below it, which is basically a blank row, and then on the Task tab, in the Insert group, I'm going to say Insert Task. Now that task I'm going to rename to Wedding Date Set, and click the tick. So that's basically a statement that something has happened. It isn't something to do itself. And then in the duration, I'm going to change it to 0 days, which will make it into a milestone. And the default notation, if you look at the Gantt chart, you'll see you get a little diamond icon, and we also have a date in there. So now I'm going to select Set Wedding Date, and I'm going to link these tasks in the same way. So now I have my first milestone in my project. Now I'm going to set milestones that indicate when the venues have been booked, the venue for the wedding, and the venue for the reception. So let's start with the reception venue. So I want something to indicate that task 21 has been completed. So I can do the same that I did just now, Insert Task. But there's also an option within the Insert group on the Task tab of Insert Milestone. So let's try that one instead. I'm going to just highlight task 22 because we want the new task to go in above. I'm going to go to the Insert group and select Milestone this time. And you can see automatically it's given me a task with the duration of 0 days. Let's change the name. So we'll say Reception Venue Booked. Let's just link these 2 tasks together. We should be getting used to doing this by now. And I'm going to do exactly the same down here for wedding venue. So let's go in, highlight the one below, put in a milestone, and we'll call this Wedding Venue Booked. And we will link these 2 tasks together. And then I've got just a very few other milestones to add. I'm going to add one to indicate that all of the attire has been ordered, one to indicate that the guest list has been finalised, and finally that the wedding is registered and licensed. So I've added a few other milestones in. So I've added another one to check that to make sure that all attire has been ordered, one to indicate that the guest list has been finalised, and finally one to indicate that the wedding has been registered and licensed. And then I have just one more thing to do, and that is that I'm going to turn the wedding date itself into a milestone. So I'm going to select wedding day, double click. Now I don't want to reduce its duration to 0 days because there will be other things to do on the wedding day itself. So I'm going to jump onto the Advanced tab and I'm going to check this little checkbox down in the corner, Mark Task as Milestone, and click on OK. So that task is now marked as a milestone, but as you can see, its duration is still 1 day. So there we are. We have some milestones in our project. I'm going to take a look at those in just a moment. Before we do, I don't actually need this timeline that's showing at the top here. And as this project is beginning to take up more and more space, let's save a little bit of space by hiding the timeline. Now, can you remember back on how to do that? We go to the View tab, and you can just switch off timeline at the top there. If you only want to see the milestones, you can use one of the features of the View tab, which is to use a filter. And in the data group of the View tab, there is a filter control just here with a drop down. And one of the options in that drop down is milestones. So if I select that, you're only going to see those project milestones. So that gives you an idea of how useful milestones can be in terms of setting out the key points in the project over the course of its duration. Now, one other point that's clear here is that we still have a lot of work to do on this project because, for instance, we still haven't worked out when the wedding day is going to be. It's still right near the beginning of the project. Now, you might be a little frustrated by this and thinking, well, why don't we sort out that wedding date? Well, the reason that we don't is that we still have some very key factors to take into account before we can work out what the wedding date can be. And we're going to be moving on to those factors after we've done exercise 3. Once we've done those, we'll be in a much better position to actually pin down a wedding day, and then we'll see how useful these milestones can be in terms of giving us a realistic summary of the key points in the project. Now, if you applied the filter as I have here, I can unapply it by clicking on the drop down and selecting no filter. So that's the end of this section. Exercise 3 is in the next one, so please join me for that. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, I'm going to set you exercise 3. And as exercises go, this one is actually quite a long exercise and it will take you a little while to work your way through this one. And it has a few constituent parts. What we're going to do is to take the bathroom refit project, and not only are we going to add the durations of the various component tasks, but we're going to put in dependencies, and we're also going to change the overall structure of the project for reasons that I'll explain in a moment. Now, sometimes when you go through a project and you have your first try at listing out all of those tasks, as we've done here, you might be successful in some ways and you might make it through that list, but you won't necessarily structure it in a way that lends itself either to easy scheduling and planning or to easy understanding. And you can finish up in a situation, and this is what is happening in the wedding project, that you finish up with many, many complicated dependencies. So for instance, I have a task here, preparation. It's task 16, and one of its subtasks is prepare for painting. Now we know that further down in the plan, we also have a paint task. And clearly, one predecessor of the paint task is going to have to be prepare for painting. But there will also be various tasks following on from painting that depend on it, such as actually fitting the equipment. Now, whilst a number of dependencies are obviously going to be the cornerstone of scheduling the project, you can greatly simplify the structure of the project once you've got your basic lists of tasks by dividing the project into separate phases and making each phase as self-contained as possible. Now, what we're going to do with the bathroom refit project is to make 4 separate phases. And from the point of view of dependencies, each of the 4 phases is going to be self-dependent. Now, looking at what's involved in this bathroom refit, the 4 phases that I think we should divide the project into are basically a planning phase. That would be a phase of activities that happen before we start doing the work. So planning certainly would be in the preparation phase or the planning phase, but also things like arranging the finances, finding the contractors, so on and so forth. The second phase is going to be a purchasing phase, and there's quite a lot of selecting to do. So I need to select paint, equipment, tiles, so on and so forth. And I need to order it and also get it delivered. And I'm going to need to get all of that done before the work actually starts. The third phase will be the work itself, so the implementation itself. And the final phase will be where any snags are dealt with, the sort of cleaning up phase, making sure that everything is ready to be used. Now, in order to give you the information you need to do this division into 4 phases, let's take a look at my answer to exercise 3. So you see there the 4 phases as collapsed summary tasks. Task 2 is the planning phase summary task, and its total duration is 12 days. And you can see the different columns of information. Clearly, the values in the duration columns for the summary tasks will be derived from the duration of its subtasks. But the predecessors column shows you the predecessors of summary tasks. And the successors column shows you the successors of the summary task. So if you take, for example, task ID 21, the purchasing phase, its predecessor, the one it depends on, is task 2, which as you can see is the planning phase. And its successor, the one that comes after it, is task 40, which is the implementation phase. So you can see there the very simple structure of the overall project in those 4 phases. Now, if I open up one of the phases, I'll give you an overview now of the dependencies and how they work within the phase. Now, within the planning phase, there are 3 summary tasks: planning, contractors, and finance. And basically with these 3 summary tasks, the individual durations are there and lots of individual dependencies within the planning phase are also there. So for instance, if we look at scoping, which is task 4, you can see it has 5 successors: task 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And these include selecting the style, deciding whether we're going to have a project manager or not, checking what permissions are required, if any, to do the work, and fixing the dates for the works and arranging temporary accommodations to use whilst the bathroom is out of action. And then we have the summary task contractors. This is where we get some contractor recommendations, we make a shortlist, we get some quotations, then we appoint the contractors. Note that the Get Contractor Recommendations task runs in parallel with some early phases of planning, but we won't be getting any contractor quotations until the planning summary task, so task 3, is complete, because we want to be clear about exactly what we're expecting the contractor to do. We then have the finance summary task. Once we've got all our contractor quotations, we can set about arranging the finance. Now, in order to help you get all of these numbers right, to get the durations in and get the dependencies right and so on, I've prepared a text file for each of the 4 phases, which is in the exercise folder, and it lists the durations and the dependencies, also the predecessors and successors in terms of the task IDs in my answer to exercise 3. If for some reason your IDs are differently numbered to mine, then clearly that will affect all of the predecessors and successor values. But hopefully your ID numbers are the same as mine, so you should be able to use this to help you not only enter the appropriate durations, but also to set up all of the correct dependencies. So I've got up on the screen now the text file for the planning phase. And as I said, there is a text file for each phase in the exercise folder. So let's look at the purchasing phase. Now you might be wondering throughout why you can't see start and finish dates here in my answer to exercise 3. Well, whenever you're working your way through exercise 3, it won't be on the same dates that I'm recording this. So to a large extent, the dates, if I gave you my dates, they wouldn't really help you. It's the durations that are important, the dependencies are important. But I'm assuming throughout that your dates are going to be different from mine. Now the purchasing phase is pretty straightforward. It includes the delivery of each of the materials, the tiles and so on. So at the end of this, I've introduced a milestone there, which is task number 38, which is all materials on site. That's a very significant milestone in the project. Next, we have the implementation phase. And let me explain the main points here. Now we set up a skip, a receptacle for the waste products which arise from gutting the existing bathroom and from the building work that we're going to do fitting the new bathroom. Then we have a lot of preparation to do. We need to prepare for the tiling, prepare for the flooring, and also prepare for the painting. So those 3 items might include things like joist work, there might be plastering to do, and a whole host of other items. And then we do the first fix electrics and the first fix plumbing. Then we do the painting and the flooring and the tiling and the other wall work that's needed, all of the general building work, which you can see there in tasks 55, 57 and 59. Then we start the second fix electrics, and this is things like putting the sockets up on the walls. We then do the second fix plumbing, which might be things like pipes from the pipework behind the wall, maybe installing things like taps. It's also worth bearing in mind it's often the case nowadays that there's some kind of electrical certification needed once the electrical work is finished, so I've put that in as task 50 just here. And then once the second fix is underway, fitting the equipment begins, which is task 61. And then when fitting of the equipment is finished, we have a milestone, which is task 62. The final phase, the completion phase, again is fairly straightforward. We have a task to resolve any snags or outstanding issues, which is task 65 here. And then we basically clean up and we hail the project as being complete. And just one small reminder before I leave you to exercise 3, do remember to move your project to change those dates to your start date, as you're not going to be using the same dates that I'm using today when I'm recording this. So that's exercise 3 for you, and that's the end of this section. I will see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section we're going to start to look at resources. Resources include the people involved in a project, they include equipment and materials used, and various other types of resource, notably cost associated with a project. When you look at the Gantt chart, such as this one, you're primarily looking at tasks. The table on the left gives information about the tasks, and the chart on the right gives a graphical representation of the scheduling of the tasks, their durations, dependencies, and so on. Now, tasks and resources are basically the 2 building blocks of a project in Microsoft Project 2019. And we link the 2 together using what are called assignments or resource assignments. In this section, we're going to look at resources, and in the next section, we're going to look at resource assignments. One thing you may have noticed when we're using the View tab before is that the first 2 groups on the left are task views and resource views. And largely speaking, when we're looking at a project, we tend to be looking at tasks or at resources, but there are many views that enable us to look at both at the same time. and in particular look at the relationship between them. So far, when we've been looking at tasks, we've used the Gantt chart view, which you can see highlighted there in the task views group. And for most people, that's the view that they use most of the time. Of the resource views, a very popular view is resource sheet view, and that's the one that we're going to look at first. So if I click resource sheet, this spreadsheet gives us information about all of the resources in our project. And at the moment, as you can see, we have no resources in our project. Now we're going to start to add some resources in just a moment. But before we do, just look down at the right-hand end of the status bar. You'll see we have some icons. The one on the left is Gantt chart view, and the three on the right, the one that looks most like a spreadsheet, takes us back to the resource sheet. So you'll probably get used to switching between resource sheet and Gantt chart. The other two views, the ones in between, are also used fairly frequently. Task usage, which basically lists tasks and shows which resources are used in a task. And at the moment we have no resources, so there's nothing being used. And the next one is Team Planner view, which can enable us to look at how the work on a project is distributed between a team. Now at the moment we have no team because we have no resources to put into a team. So let's go back to the resource sheet view. The two main projects that I'm using on this course differ in many ways, and perhaps the biggest difference is in the resources that they use and the way that they use those resources. In the case of a wedding, some of the people resources involved, which would be, for example, the bride and groom, won't be charging for their time. And also, the wedding won't involve using lots of consumable materials, not in any case in the way that a building project or a bathroom refit project would. If you think about our bathroom refit project, we have to use materials such as paint and floor tiles and that kind of thing. The difference is going to be even bigger when we start looking at costs, because when it comes to cost, for example, the bride and groom wouldn't expect to charge their time on this project to people, whereas the people working on the bathroom refit will be charging their time to whoever is paying for the bathroom refit. So there are many differences between these two projects in relation to how they handle resources and the associated costs. But I hope that by dealing with two such different projects, that we're going to in turn deal with many of the situations that you're likely to come across in future when using Project 2019. Now, as we add resources to the resource sheet, each row on the sheet represents a resource, and each column represents a property of that resource. So the first resource that I'm going to add to this project is the bride. And first of all, I need to say what type of resource is the bride. There are basically three choices: work, material, and cost. And as we're going to see, this is not always a particularly easy choice to make. Generally speaking, people are entered onto the resource sheet as work resources because they do work. And whether or not they charge for that work is a separate matter. But we expect them to perform tasks and complete work rather than, as in the case of, say, materials, be consumed by a job used up in doing a particular task. Or a cost, where we basically say with a task that it has a certain cost but isn't necessarily performed by an individual or involve the consumption of some kind of material. Now we're going to see an example of each of these three resource types, but we're going to work for the moment on the principle that when we add people, we're adding work resources generally. Now when I choose a type for a resource, I will get different accessible selection of properties here. So for instance, when I declare that a particular resource is a work resource, I can specify their standard rate, and at the moment that's $0 per hour, and I can specify their overtime rate. Now, as I mentioned just now, the bride is not going to be charging for her time on this project, so we don't need to assign a standard rate or overtime rate for the bride. We do, however, need to declare how many brides we have. And we only have one, and she's represented by that 100% just here. If I were dealing with, say, bricklayers and I was building a house, I might say I've got 3 bricklayers, so that's 300%. And I could say that the standard rate that it costs me to employ those bricklayers, and then I can also enter an overtime rate. I also have a cost per use. So for example, if I'm dealing with something where there is a setup fee, perhaps a delivery fee or a contract fee, I can specify that here. And I normally also specify an accrual method. Now for the moment, I want you to ignore accrual, and I also want you to ignore the next column, which is the calendar that this particular resource uses, which by default is our standard base calendar. Now we're not looking at calendars at the moment, so just ignore both of those columns. Now, when it comes to using any resource on a project, it's always a good idea to give that resource initials, whereby we can identify that resource, for example, on the Gantt chart. So for bride, I'm literally just going to put bride for the initials. So that's my first resource set up. Now, it would only seem right to add the groom as my second resource. So let's add him in here as well. And we'll stick with the same initials and just call him groom. So now my project has 2 resources. The next resource I'm going to set up is a little bit controversial. I'm not really sure you do it in this way, but you certainly could do it this way. I'm going to add a resource of wedding ring, and I'm going to say that this is a material resource. So let's jump back onto the resource sheet and add wedding ring. And I'm going to select material, and I'm going to give it the initials of ring. And note that when I chose material, some of the other fields, some of the other properties also changed. So for instance, max was cleared out. It no longer said 100%, which is the default for a work resource, because we're not talking about having a maximum number of rings. We can basically buy as many rings as we want, subject to available funds, of course. And similarly, the standard rate changed from being dollars per hour to just dollars, because we're not talking about a rate of pay for somebody for a work resource. We're talking about the cost of a material. When you're dealing with costs for materials, you also declare what units the cost refers to. So if instead of wedding rings I was dealing with building bricks, and what I might put here in the material column might well be 1,000 for 1,000 bricks. Now for the price of a ring, it will be price per ring, and let's suppose the price I'm working on here is 500. And that is all the information I need to set up that material resource. So at whatever point I decide to buy 1 or more wedding rings in my project, the cost will be recorded in the project as $500 per ring. Now for an example of a cost resource. Sometimes a person working on a project is not really working on it as though they were, say, a builder, or in this case, the bride or groom. What they are doing is more of, if you like, a service. So I might choose to make the photographer or videographer for this project a service or a cost to the project. We're not talking about paying this person by the hour. We're talking about their standard charge for photography or video at a wedding. So in this case, I'm going to add the resource photographer. And I'm not going to deal with the photographer as though he or she is a person working on the project, but deal with them as a service to the project, a cost to the project. So on this occasion, I'm going to make the type cost. The initials I'm going to apply are photo. Now you notice that there is no highlighted cost rate field with dollars, as we had before for work or material resources. And in fact, the best way to record the cost of a cost resource in a particular situation is to assign that cost when you assign the resource to the task. And I'm going to show you how to do that a little bit later on. At the moment, the important thing is that we have listed our cost resource here, photographer. And of course, with this project, there will be many other cost resources. It is true to say in this particular case that many of the resources, so things like the wedding dress and even wedding ring, might reasonably be considered to be costs rather than materials. But as I said earlier on in this section, sometimes it's actually quite a difficult decision to make, and you'll certainly find that you have your own approach to determining which is the best way of dealing with resources on your own projects. Having set up a few resources there, we're going to do a little bit of resource assignment in the next section. But there's one more thing to show you in this section. If I select one of the resources, and note that we do have a resource tab, one of the options on the resource tab is information. And that brings up the resource information dialog box. As with the task information dialog, you have a number of tabs running across the top, and it's already got in it the information that we've entered so far. But of course, there's other information that you can add, some of which we'll be looking at a little later on in the course. Now, there are other ways of getting to this resource information. You can right-click, and you have an information option in the menu. And of course, you can just double-click on the resource to bring up the same dialog as well. So that's it for resources for the moment. I will see you in the next section. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, we're going to look at the basics of assigning resources to tasks. In the previous section, we set up a few resources for the wedding project. Now, clearly there are going to be many more. But let's switch back to Gantt chart view using the buttons towards the right-hand end of the status bar. And I'm going to choose one of the tasks and assign resources to it. So I'm going to select the Agree Budget and Approach task. I'm going to right-click and select Assign Resources. And this brings up the Assign Resources dialog box, and you can see a list of the available resources. So I'm going to assign the bride and the groom to this task. I'm going to work on the principle that the bride and groom are arranging this wedding themselves. So to assign a resource, all I need to do is select that resource and then click Assign. And you'll see I get a little tick next to the name. Now, when I assign a resource to a task list like that, it doesn't automatically close the Assign Resources dialog. You note that there is a separate close button in the dialog box. But what you can see is, first of all, the number of units. Well, 100% represents one bride. So there's one bride attached to this task, which is just as well, really. And the cost of the bride working on that task is 0. Don't forget that the rate for the bride chargeable to this project is $0 per hour. So if she's working on that task for 10 days, then she's still not going to charge us any money for doing it. Now, one very important point I'd like you to bear in mind here, and this is going to become increasingly important later on in the course, is that 100% means that the bride is working on the task full time. Now, in reality, it may well be that she's not working full time and that she's actually doing her day job most of the time, and she's just spending a certain amount of time working on, in this case, the budget and approach to her wedding. But for the purposes of this particular project, and this will not be the case for the bathroom refit, but for the purposes of this project, all I'm going to do is treat that as 100%, as being all the time that she has available. That doesn't mean to say it's a 40-hour week or an 8-hour day or anything else. It just means that all of the time she's got available, she's going to spend on that task while the task is in progress. Now, fortunately, while that task is in progress, she doesn't actually have any other tasks on the wedding, so she can spend all of her time on that. If I want to assign a second resource, and the most obvious second resource to assign is the groom, I'm going to select the groom and do the same thing, click Assign. And then I'm going to click on Close, and the bride and groom are now assigned to that task. And you can see in the Gantt chart we have our initials, bride and groom. Now, one of the consequences of assigning the bride and groom to that task is to do with the amount of work involved in that task. I pointed out to you much earlier on in the course that when you look at work, particularly for a new project, in the work column there was a 0 hours of work because we had no resources assigned to that task. As far as Project 2019 is concerned, we've now taken a 10-day task, and it defaults to an 8-hour working day. So 10 days for 8 hours a day is 80 hours. And when I assigned 2 people to it full time, that is 160 hours of work. So as far as Project 2019 is concerned, these 2 resources are going to do 160 hours of work on this particular task. Now, when you do this, you effectively increase the amount of work from 0 hours to 160 hours. And Project 2019 offers you alternative ways of dealing with the change that you've made. And this little exclamation mark over in that first column gives you a little drop down and offers you alternative ways of dealing with a situation where you've increased the amount of work in a task. As far as the wedding project is concerned, this is of little interest really, because we're not really going to charge for the bride and groom's time. So the costings, and in fact the scheduling of this, is not going to be changed by the fact that we've assigned 2 resources to that task. We're not going to say that because the bride and groom are working on it, it's only going to take half the time. We decided it was a 10-day task and that was it. We don't make it a 5-day task because 2 people are working on it. That set of arguments about work and duration and the amount of work in a task and so on is what we're going to look at in the next section. And I hope that that section will explain to you why we get these options here, and in fact which of these options is the right one to choose. But on this occasion, we're going to go for the default option, which is increase the amount of work but keep the same duration. When we do that, Project 2019 is quite happy. The warning has gone away. We've got our 160 hours of work, and we've still got a 10-day task, and the bride and groom are still assigned to that task. Now, my main concern over the next few sections is going to be the scheduling of this wedding and the scheduling of projects in general. And in fact, it's the assignment of work resources that will be a key factor. So for the rest of this section, I'm just quickly going to show you a couple of other ways of assigning resources, and we're going to assign those other 2 resources that we set up, one cost resource and one material resource, just to go through the basics of dealing with those. We'll be coming back to cost and material resources later though, as I really do want to concentrate on work resources and scheduling now. So let's jump down to the photography section. And suppose I want to assign the photographer to the Select and Book Photographer task. So essentially I'm going to assign the cost of the photographer to this task. So let's jump up to that Resource tab and select Assign Resources. And that brings up the Assign Resources dialog box. And from here it's very easy for me to just select the photographer and click on Assign. Now don't forget that when I assign the photographer, we don't have a cost assigned because it's a cost resource and we haven't specified what that cost is until we actually assign it to the task. Now we're going to allow for the fact that the photographer we're going to use is going to charge right about $1,500. So let's add $1,500 as the cost. And you can see just behind the dialog box, we now have $1,500 added next to the photographer resource. Having done that, I'm going to click on Close, and we can see how that cost appears on the Gantt chart. It is worth pointing out at this point that what you see on this Gantt chart, the words to the right of the blocks in this case, this is all customizable, and we will be looking at customizing the Gantt chart later on in this course. Now the last assignment I'd like to make here is the assignment of the rings. So I'm going to go to Select and Buy Rings, and I'm going to right click, and I'm going to use this third approach to get to my Assign Resources dialog box. And on this occasion I'm going to choose Wedding Ring, and I'm going to actually assign the number of rings because we're actually going to buy 2 rings. And you can see that as I do that, if you look behind on the Gantt chart, it now has 2 rings in brackets. Project 2019 has also recognised that each wedding ring costs $500 and has put a cost in of $1,000 for the 2 rings. The other important thing to bear in mind here is that I could at the same time assign the bride and groom to this task as well. So if I select bride and hold down the control key and select groom and click on assign, I've now assigned them to this task as well. And I can now click on close. So I've now got 3 resources assigned to that task. I've got the bride and groom, which are work resources. I've got the bride and groom, and I also have 2 wedding rings. So that's the basics of assignments. In the next section, we're going to turn our attention back to work, and we're going to look at work with particular reference to different types of task. That's it for this section. I will see you then. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. Now that you know how to assign resources to tasks, the next thing we need to move on to is producing a workable schedule given the resources that are available. In order to do that, there are a couple of fundamental things that you need to understand. And perhaps the most important thing to understand with Project 2019 is the different task types that can be evolved in projects. Now, in order to illustrate this, I'm using sort of a dummy project, and this is a very simple project with 3 tasks in it: Task A, Task B, and Task C. And currently their duration is 2 days, and there's 1 resource assigned to each task, and that resource is Jane. And Jane is also working for 8 hours a day. So on Task A, Jane is doing 16 hours work. Task B, 16 hours, and Task C, 16 hours of work. And remember, the reason why Task A is a longer bar, it's spread over a greater number of days, is because we're not counting the weekend as working days. So effectively, she's still working 2 days, the Friday and the Monday. Now let's suppose that I provide Jane with a little bit of help. So I say to Jane, "Hey Jane, John is going to help you with these tasks." Now, if I assign John to Task A, what do you think would happen? Now, what may happen is you may look at it and say, well, obviously Jane is going to be able to get the job done in half the time. So instead of being a 2-day task, it's going to be a 1-day task. And obviously that is one option. But there are a couple of other options as well. One other option is that if John works on that task as well, it will still take 2 days, but they will do 32 hours work during that time. So with twice as much resource, twice as much work gets done, but in the same time. Another possibility is that we still want to get our 16 hours of work done, and we still want to do it in 2 days. But the fact that we've got both Jane and John working on it means they only need to devote half their time to it. So we effectively have 3 different options. And those 3 options correspond to the 3 options you saw in the previous section when Project 2019 said you've changed information about resourcing on a task. So let me just show you that again. I'm going to right-click on Task A, and I'm going to click Assign Resources. I'm going to choose John, and I'm going to click Assign. Now notice the little warning sign on the left there. Project has assumed that in assigning John, I still want to spend 2 days on this task, but having that second person, we're getting twice as much work done. So let's go over to the warning sign and click. The default option there, the middle one, increase the amount of work but keep the same duration. The first one was reduce duration but keep the same amount of work. So in that case, we would have said, well, we're still going to do 16 hours work, but because we've got 2 people on it, we can do it in a day. The third option, reduce the hours resources worked per day, but keep the same duration and work. So we say it's still a 2-day task, it's still only going to be 16 hours work, but Jane and John only need to work half the time each. Now I'm going to stick with the default option here, and what I want to do now is to show you why that was the default option. Let me open up Task A. Now the reason that was the default option was because the task type was declared as a fixed duration. And very importantly, the box to the right of that, effort driven, was not checked. So what this says is that this task is a fixed duration task. It's a 2-day task. and putting more effort in on it will not automatically reduce its duration. So my default is to keep the duration fixed, and therefore if I add a resource to it, I'll just get more work done. Now let me look at task B. Now the way that task B is set up is as a fixed work task. So the amount of work is fixed, and all fixed work tasks are effort driven. So note that the effort driven box is checked, but it's grayed out so I can't change it. Now what do you think will happen if I add an additional resource to this task? It's fixed work, it's effort driven. So I'm going to assign John to it. So right click, assign resources, John, assign. And look what happens. I still get 16 hours of work done, but of course now with the additional resource it can be done in 1 day. If I go over to the warning on the left and click on the drop down, the default now reduce the duration but keep the same amount of work. Well, that's the default for a fixed work task, which is always effort driven. But I could say increase the amount of work but keep the same duration. So I could say, well, okay, it's declared to be a fixed work task, but on this occasion I want to actually increase the amount of work, having put the additional resource in. And then I have the option of reducing the hours resources work per day. So I could say, okay, I'll put a second person on it. It's fixed work, but because I'm not changing the amount of work, each of the resources only needs to work part-time on it to achieve that amount of work. Now on this occasion, I'm going to stick with the default, and the duration of that task has been reduced by 1 day. Now let's look at task C. Now task C is a fixed unit task, and currently it's not effort driven. Now the significance of the effort driven part is whether in fact what we're trying to do is to do a certain amount of work to put in a certain amount of effort. And in doing that, we're flexing, we're varying the number of people working on it or the duration in order to get that amount done. If a task is not effort driven, then we're not trying to achieve that certain amount of work or put in that certain amount of effort. And if I put more resources onto a task, then all that will happen is that more work gets done. And as a task that's currently not effort driven, if I assign additional resources, and let's really go to town this time. Let's go back into assign resources. So let's go to town this time and add all of them. So I'm going to highlight them all and click assign and close. And now you can see that we're going to get a lot more work done with 4 resources assigned to this task, 64 hours of work. Now, as usual, I've got the yellow warning sign on the left there, and you could choose a different option, but basically we're getting the default, which is increase the amount of work, but keep the same duration. Now let me undo that particular change. And let's go back in now and make it effort driven. Now that means we're trying to achieve a certain amount of work, putting in a certain amount of effort. Now what happens if I assign those 3 extra resources? Given that it's a fixed unit, what do you think is going to happen? Well, let's see. Let's assign our resources. And we're going to assign everybody again. And what's happened is that the duration is reduced. So in half a day, 4 people can do that amount of work. Once again, of course, I get the warning sign and I can change that if I want to. But basically, as it's not fixed duration, putting on that extra number of people means that I can get the work done much more quickly. As I mentioned towards the beginning of this section, we're going to be doing quite a lot of scheduling from now on. And scheduling in Project 2019 can be quite complex at times and requires a bit of understanding of what's going on. There is a very useful help article, How Project Schedules Tasks Behind the Scenes, and it's well worth going through this help article. It's very useful, very well set out, and it gives lots of very helpful information. Of course, I will be covering virtually all of this on the course, and quite often in a little more detail than you've got here. But there is a section in here, and I think it's the fourth one in the list. How do task types affect the schedule? Fixed units, fixed work, and fixed duration. And what will happen if you revise units, if you revise duration, if you revise work, and then gives one or two really good examples of what happens in different situations. So I do suggest that you take some time to go through this, and it will really help you if you can increase the level of your knowledge on scheduling in Project 2019. And another important point here, and I briefly mentioned this again right near the beginning of the course, in project options on the schedule page, there are a couple of very important settings. One of them is default task type. Mine is set to fixed units. I find that this isn't something that I leave set the same way all the time. I often vary this depending on the type of project that I'm planning. Sometimes setting it to fixed duration or fixed work throughout the time that I'm working on a new project in particular can actually save me time. But I've got it here set to fixed units. And another default here is new tasks are effort driven. In my case, that's not checked. You may find that you prefer your new task to be effort driven, or again, you might vary it from job to job. So that's it. We've covered the basics of task types. In the next section, we're going to start to look at scheduling itself. So please join me for that. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, we're going to start to look at scheduling. And as part of this, we have a couple of fundamental things to do to our plan in readiness for actually coming up with a realistic schedule for the wedding. Now, the first thing I want to talk about is the difference between manual scheduling and automatic scheduling. And as part of doing that, I just want to explain something about scheduling in Project 2019. If you want to take a plan such as this one that we have here and schedule it manually, there will be nothing to stop you. Now, what I mean by scheduling it manually is that you choose exactly which task starts on which date, and you check that you've got the time to do it, that the resources are available, that your constraints and deadlines are met, and so on. So you can pretty much handcraft the whole schedule. Now, in some situations, you may have projects where that's exactly what you decide to do. But with a large project with a lot of resources and many constraints, dependencies, etc., that would be a very, very large job. It would probably take you quite a lot of time to maintain that schedule, particularly if there's a lot of change involved. And particularly if, as the project starts, things start to, shall we say, not go according to plan. Largely speaking, one of the main reasons that people use Project 2019 is to automate the scheduling. Now, of course, there are many other reasons to use Project 2019, but the automatic side of scheduling is one of the most significant ones. And it's the one that we're going to be concentrating on quite a bit over the coming sections. So my fundamental assumption about the wedding plan, and indeed about the bathroom refit, is that we're going to auto-schedule them. Having said that, and as we're going to see with the wedding schedule, within an auto-scheduled project, you may well decide to manually schedule some of the tasks. So for instance, in the wedding plan, we may well actually manually schedule the actual wedding date and fix it in time and not allow Project 2019 to change it. But the rest of the schedule, we may be quite happy for Project 2019 to auto-schedule. Now, one of the things that I haven't done yet and which I need to do now is to resolve the question of when the wedding day will actually be. And at the moment, of course, because wedding day or task 48 has no predecessors, it's almost the first task in the project, which clearly is not correct. I really need to show that the wedding day is going to happen when everything else is done. I know there will still be a honeymoon after the wedding date, but the honeymoon itself isn't actually in the schedule at the moment. We've only got the making the shortlist and selecting the destination and booking the honeymoon. We don't have the honeymoon itself. So in effect, the wedding day is going to be the last task. Now, one way of doing this would be to have other summary tasks such as catering, flowers, memories as predecessors of the wedding day. But often when you're starting to get into the scheduling of a project, you decide that one or more tasks or groups of tasks can be separated out into significant phases. And what I'm going to do here is to separate out the wedding day, and I think the rehearsal as well. And I think these are going to be considered the last phase of this project. And then what I can do is to say that this last phase has its predecessor, the preparation phase, the phase when all the work on deciding on the venue, booking, flowers, etc. is all done. So what I'm going to do is take tasks 47 and 48 that I have highlighted here and separate them out from the rest of the schedule and make them a separate phase. Now, one of the things you need to be careful of here, because I am going to do a cut and a paste, which is something I haven't talked about much so far, and that is where you have tasks such as these two, which are subtasks of, in this case, the wedding day summary task. In order to cut them and put them elsewhere, I need to stop them from being subtasks of a summary task. So having selected them, I'm going to outdent them using the schedule group on the task tab. And I'm going to click the outdent button. Now I get a warning, and you're going to see this quite a few times, these planning wizard warnings. And this one tells me that if I outdent these two, they will no longer be scheduled as part of the wedding day summary task. And in fact, they'll be rescheduled to start before the project's start date. Now, that sounds a little bit dangerous, but in fact, it's something that's going to happen from time to time, this sort of planning wizard warning. And what you can say with confidence in this case is that because I'm going to immediately reschedule those with a different set of rules, this particular planning wizard warning is not one to worry about, because although they will be given a very strange date, it will be only for a very short period of time until I change them again. So I'm going to click on OK. And my tasks have now been outdented. Now note that the scheduled tasks are now right back to actually before the beginning of the project, which is clearly not when the wedding day is going to be. But we're going to change that in a moment. So now I'm going to cut those. So now I'm going to select Cut. I'm going to place my cursor in a row just below the end of the schedule, and I'm going to click Paste. Now, once they've been pasted into place, they pick up the indentation, of course, of the task above them, task 49 in this case. Now, I don't want them as part of the honeymoon, so I'm going to select both tasks and I'm going to outdent them. I get that same warning again about their scheduling, and again I'm going to click OK to continue, and they're back to being scheduled far too early. Now let me go back up to the attire task. Select it and then do an insert task above that. And that is going to be my task, my summary task for the preparation phase. So let me change the task name. And we're going to say preparation phase. And then what I'm going to do is to select attire, which is now task 8, right down to task 50. And I'm going to indent those to make them part of the phase. And then for the wedding day task, which we have down here in task 53, its predecessor will be the whole of the preparation phase. So I'm going to put a 7 in the predecessor column. And I now have a wedding day on August the 20th, 2019. Now I know that's not right, but at least I've got a wedding day now, which is at the end of the wedding project. Generally speaking, if you're going to use phases in a project, it's a good idea to do that before you start scheduling, partly for the reason that I've just shown you, where it often makes it much easier to set up dependencies. Now I've got one or two other very small changes here. I'm going to change the name of task 44. It's currently called Wedding Day, and I'm going to change this to Wedding Venue. And one particularly useful thing to note is that Wedding Day is an individual task, and it has its predecessor as a whole phase. So you can really mix and match these dependencies. The next thing we need to do is check that our task types are correct. Very often when you're setting up a project, you will have thought carefully about task types. You'll have your defaults set appropriately, and you'll also want to make sure that any exceptions from the default are set up as well. While we've been setting up the Wedding Day project, my default has been set to fixed units, as you know. But let me just demonstrate to you now, and bearing in mind what we looked at in the preceding section, that in this particular project, fixed units is not a good choice. So let's go to the Select and Buy Rings task. And let's suppose that the bride and groom look at that task and it's a 4-week task. And they say, well, it's not going to be a full-time job for us to select and buy the wedding rings over that time. Let's say it's only going to take half of our available time. So let's go into Assign Resources. And we get the Assign Resources dialog box again. Obviously, these two are assigned to that task, but they're assigned 100%. And watch what happens when I reduce the bride's assignment to 50%. As you can see, the task becomes a 40-day task. The amount of work continues to be set at 320 hours. Now, of course, in this project, the bride and groom's time isn't chargeable, and we're working more on a notional idea of what proportion of their available time is being used on each task. So when we say the bride is 50% allocated, that's just half of the time that she's got available to work on the plans for the wedding. Now, clearly the idea is not here to extend that task, but just to reflect the fact that the bride's time on it is only going to be half of her available time. So what I'm going to do is close this, and I'm going to undo that last change. And what I really need to do here is to set the task type for this and effectively every other task in the project to be a fixed duration task. Now, if I want to change a fundamental property of a task, you've already seen I can use the Task Information dialog box. And I can also change a whole set of tasks by selecting multiple tasks just by holding down my control key and using the same approach. So what I'm going to do is select everything from attire. I'm going to go all the way down to task 50, hold down my shift key and click, and that will select everything between those two tasks. And then with the control key held down, I'm going to make other individual selections. So rehearsal, wedding day, and if I scroll back up to the top, hold down control and select those three as well. And I'm going to change each of those to be fixed duration. So if I click on Information on the Task tab and go to the Advanced tab and make sure that I have fixed duration in the task type and not effort driven. Note that when you see just a black blob or a black square in a box, it means that you have a mixed type in there, so some are and some aren't. Now you need to be very careful when you transfer what you're looking at here to the bathroom refit project, because the bathroom refit project has a situation with task types that are a little bit different from what we have here in the wedding project. So let's click on OK, and that's all fine. Now let me go back to that wedding rings task. And once again, I'm going to right click and go to Assign Resources. And once again, I'm going to change it to 50%. And watch what happens this time. Look at the duration and also look at the work. Now what happens is the amount of work is reduced. The duration has not changed. The bride is shown at 50%. Now, if I reduce the groom to 50% as well, you'll see we're not changing the duration, but we are showing that each of the resources is only needed for 50% of their time over that period. So now we've got what looks like a better project. And you may think that we're coming up to being close to having a workable schedule. But in fact, the schedule we've got is going to present some major problems. And as you can see here, for example, if you look at the second half of April, that the major problem is going to be that we have far too many things going on at once. And given that the bride and groom are going to be doing a lot of this work themselves, we're going to find that they're going to be over allocated on some parts during certain periods of this project. So what I'm going to do now is to quickly go through and allocate the bride and groom to all of the tasks in the schedule that they're going to be responsible for. And you can start to see how we have a scheduling issue. So here I have allocated the bride and groom, sometimes full-time, sometimes with a proportion of their time. And in the left-hand column, you can see the little red symbol that indicates that that particular task has over-allocated resources. Now, if I look at the resource sheet, I can see that the two resources that have over-allocation problems, that means that they've got too much to do over a period of time, are the bride and the groom, which is no surprise. And how we resolve those is what we're going to look at in the next section. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning of this section, it's in our interest to be able to automate the resolution of over-allocation of resources. But in order to do that, it's also important to understand the context within which we're working. So for instance, which things we can delay and which things we can't, and which things we'd prefer not to delay if it can be avoided, and so on. But they're the issues that we're going to look at in the next section when we're going to look at leveling resources. So please join me for that. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. We're starting this section from Wedding 5 and we're going to look at resource leveling. The way we left things in the preceding section is that I had assigned the bride and groom to tasks for which they had a level of involvement. And we can see that both of them are significantly over-allocated, particularly during one period in the second half of May, where they have a lot of different things to be doing all at once. You can see the specific tasks that are over-allocated with the indicator in the left-hand column. And I pointed out to you in the preceding section, if we look over at the resource sheet, the two resources that are marked in red are the ones that are over-allocated, so the bride and the groom. And of course, in something like this project, we don't really have the option of, say, having a couple of extra brides or a couple of extra grooms to spread the work over. In another project, such as, for example, the bathroom refit, if the tiler or the plasterer or the bathroom fitter had too much work to do, you could possibly get a second person in to help, but that isn't really an option for us here. Now, one of the things that I mentioned in the preceding section, which of course is a very important thing, is to make sure that you have your default task types set correctly. So let's just take a look at that now. On the schedule page in project options, in scheduling options for this project, note that I have this project selected, so Wedding 5, and the default task type I now have is fixed duration. Note also that I have the checkbox new tasks are effort driven, not checked. Now if I go back to this drop down here for all new projects, my overall default is still a default task type of fixed units. So in the absence of a specific change for a specific project, that is my overall default, fixed units. And you'll obviously need to set that up in the way that suits you. Now it's very likely when you're planning projects and as your projects progress that you will experience over-allocation of resources. And there are a number of ways of resolving these over-allocations, and we're going to be looking at quite a few during the course. But before we do, just one very important point to make is this. There isn't a universal way of resolving over-allocations. The resolution of over-allocations almost always involves understanding the underlying project or the underlying business that your project relates to. Now, one of the key things you normally need to decide is whether to resolve over allocations manually or automatically. Both of them have a place, and it may well be that you work on the principle that as far as possible you resolve over allocations automatically, but that you'll revert to manual methods where necessary. It actually wouldn't be that complicated for us to go through and resolve all of the over allocations in this particular plan manually, but it can be very time consuming. And automating this process as much as possible is usually the best approach if you can in fact automate it successfully, which is not always the case. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is to demonstrate a manual resolution of an over allocation. And I'm just going to take the first over allocation here, select wedding dress. And I'm going to show you very quickly how you can resolve this manually. Now, the fact that Project 2019 has put that red marker there, that says that this task has over allocated resources. So it tells you that there's a problem. And it also says right click for options. And we're really interested in the top 3 options. Now I'm going to start with the second one here, Fix in Task Inspector. We're going to look at the Task Inspector later in the course, so we'll come back to that one. And the third one is Ignore Problems for this task. In the same way that in the preceding section, once or twice I said, let's ignore that warning from the planning wizard, there will be situations where you have an apparent overallocation, but either you know it's not really a problem for reasons I'll look at later, or you may know that you're going to fix that problem later and don't need to deal with it now. So you do have the option of ignoring a particular problem related to overallocation. Now, the first option is the one that you'll very often use when doing manual resolution, and it's rescheduled to an available date. And what you're basically saying to Project 2019 is I want you to find a date when this task can happen, and I don't then have an over allocation against it. And that's what we're going to do here. Now notice the task has been rescheduled, and also notice the little red mark from the left column has gone. And also note that the date, the end date of our project, has pushed right out quite a long way actually. So we've pushed everything related to the wedding dress out to the right because of course that one task, Select Wedding Dress, had a number of successors including order dress, measurements and fittings. And of course that delays the attire summary task, which in turn delays the whole of the preparation phase. And if we look all the way down here now, we can see our wedding date has moved to September the 6th. Now we could go through each of those over allocated tasks and resolve it manually in that way. But as I say, that would be time consuming, and generally speaking, we'd like to automate it. So let's look at how we might possibly do that. Now you might be tempted in this situation to undo what we just did and start again with an automated version of the process. But before we do, I want to demonstrate something else. I'm going to change the view. And the view that we're going to use is one specifically that we use when we're working on leveling resources. So I'm going to click on Other Views, More Views, and I'm going to choose Leveling Gantt. Now the Leveling Gantt view effectively shows you what Project 2019 is doing in terms of leveling the resources on a project. Now when you apply a new view like this, it's very often the case that the time scale is all completely wrong. So let's go back up to the View tab, and in the Zoom group, click on Entire Project so that we see the project on the right there. And you note in particular this little coloured bar here against Select Wedding Dress. That bar represents the levelling delay, the amount of delay that was added to that when we did the manual levelling just now. And in fact, we have a set of tools to handle levelling delays. Now, before I use one of those tools, look at the table on the left. Let me just make the name column a little bit wider. And there's a column there, levelling delay. And the current levelling delay on that task is 42 E days. And E days are elapsed days. So when we did the manual resource leveling just now, what Project 2019 had to do was to delay that task by 42 elapsed days. And that's the currently applied leveling delay to that task. Now also notice that its successors, which were also delayed, were not delayed because of leveling of themselves. They were delayed because we delayed the select wedding dress task that had the resource over allocation. So their leveling E-days are set at 0 days. They weren't delayed because of a leveling problem. They were delayed because they are successors of a task that had a leveling problem. Now, if I wanted to put this particular project back to the way it was, I could obviously do the undo, but I can also go to the Resource tab and click the button just here, Clear Leveling in the Leveling group. And watch what happens if I clear the leveling. I get an option of clearing it from the whole project or the entire project, or just the selected tasks. And as I've only done one bit of leveling here, I might as well stick with entire project and click on OK. And basically what happens is that the task goes back to where it was before. And now if I revert back to Gantt chart view, it would look exactly how it looked before. And of course, I've got my over allocation indicator on the left there for task 10. Now, before we look at automatically leveling, let me just point something else out. We asked Project 2019 to reschedule Select Wedding Dress to a date where the resource wouldn't be over allocated. You can reschedule these things completely manually yourself. So there will be nothing to stop me going into any of these tasks and changing the start and finish dates. And I could go through all of them and change the start and finish dates manually, schedule them manually, change their task types from auto-scheduled to manually scheduled if necessary, and fix any of these dates in time if I wanted to. But what we want to look at now is the opposite of doing that, and that is putting everything in Project 2019's hands and seeing if it can resolve these over-allocations automatically for us. So I'm back in the regular Gantt chart view, and I go to the Resource tab. And in that level group that we just saw now, there are two buttons there. There's a Level Resource and a Level All. Level Resource gives me the ability to level one or more selected resources. So if all I wanted to do was to level the bride and make sure she's not over allocated, I can select one resource and then click on Level Now, and Project 2019 will try to level the bride over the project so that she's not over allocated at any stage. Now, it's important to recognise it will try, because it may well be that the constraints, the deadlines, the dependencies, that might mean that she cannot be levelled. There are going to be situations where she's just got too much to do over a period of time. So you may find in many of the projects that you can't completely resolve over allocations, or should I say, not in a way that you're 100% happy with. So that's levelling an individual resource. The Level All button basically levels all resources. And if I click on Level All, I may possibly get one or more warnings. Now, I haven't at this stage, which is good news. And there we are. Now, as you can see, most of the red markers in the first column have gone. And our wedding day is now on January the 23rd, 2020. So the dates have got pushed out a long way. So overall, our schedule is coming together, and we've got some very good aspects of the schedule now because, for example, we have the reception and venue identified, we have the wedding venue identified, and if they're both done before we send out the invitations, that's pretty good. We also have the wedding itself registered and organised, and we also have the wedding itself registered and licensed early on. But when we look at things like caterer, florist, baker, so on and so forth, we're making the short list, and then there's a long time before we book those people. And the booking is probably a little bit too late in the day, ideally. We seem to have left the bookings much too late in the process, whereas with other aspects such as the wedding rings, maybe they're roughly in the right kind of place. But quite often when you look at a schedule after leveling, you'll find that resulting schedule doesn't really tie in with the ideal sequence of events. And there are a number of options you can apply when leveling to help you to get to the kind of sequence of events that you want while still resolving any over allocations. And the use of those options is what we're going to look at in the next section, so please join me for that. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In the preceding section we did a little bit of manual resource leveling in order to try to overcome over-allocations of the bride and groom's time in our wedding plan. Now what we're going to do in this section is to look at automating the leveling of resources in Project 2019. And primarily we're going to look at the options that are available when you're doing this. Now before we start, I should point out that when we did the leveling before, we came up with a schedule that indicated a potential wedding date of August the 20th. Now that's a good starting point. I think we may go for a date a little bit later than that. But first of all, we need to make sure that all of our issues are overcome. It may well be that it appears to be a good date and the plan appears to work, but until you've actually looked at any outstanding issues, you can't really be certain that the end date, in this case the wedding date, is going to be achievable. The other thing to bear in mind is that with any project you are dependent on making sure, for example, that you have all of the tasks, dependencies, etc. in place, that your estimates, your time estimates, your resource estimates are good, and that your resources are going to be available. Now we're going to take a look at some of the things that might go wrong a little bit later on in the course, but for the moment let's assume that our resources are available and we're pretty much scheduling this project on the basis that given that a lot of it is down to the bride and groom, they're going to be very committed to getting the wedding running to schedule. And that therefore they'll be more than happy to put in a bit of extra effort to deal with any problems that arise. Now the first thing I'm going to do is undo the leveling that we did in the previous section. So if I go to the Resource tab, in the Level group there is an option called Clear Leveling. Now look carefully at the schedule, particularly around the area of Select and Order Wedding Dress. So now we're back to where we were. Now what we're going to try and do is to level automatically. And before we do that, let's look at the leveling options. Now the resource leveling dialog has many options and we're going to look at a few of them in this section. One or two we're going to save until later on in the course. Now first of all, do you want leveling calculations to be automatic or manual? Now I normally set this at manual because whilst having Project 2019 automatically deal with leveling can work quite well, when you're setting up a project, it can actually be a little bit annoying because you get to a situation where it's leveling resources and you're thinking to yourself, well, hang on a minute, I've got loads more tasks and resources to put in yet. So you're doing work that is really a waste of time because until all of the project or the bulk of the project is in there, there's not really any point in doing this. So I tend to go for manual leveling calculations. The next option, look for over allocations on a default day-by-day basis. You can also have minute by minute, hour by hour, down to month by month. Now this is a very important option and I'm going to explain it to you with an example. Let's suppose you have somebody doing a task for 2 hours a day over the course of a week. And maybe it's the only job they've got to do on a project. But on a Wednesday, you need them to do a full day task. So they've got an 8-hour job to do on Wednesday. If you have over allocations being looked for on a day-to-day basis, Project 2019 will look at Wednesday and say they're over allocated because they've got 2 hours on the first task and 8 hours on the second task. That's 10 hours. That's too much work. But if instead I said on a week-by-week basis, what Project 2019 will do is to say, let's add up that first task, a week, 5 days, 2 hours, that's 10 hours. Let's add the time for the second task, that's 8 hours. But if instead I said on a week-by-week basis, what Project 2019 will do is to say, okay, let's add up that first task, a week. 5 days, 2 hours, that's 10 hours. Let's add the time for the second task, and that's 8 hours. So that's a total of 18 hours. And I've got plenty of time in a week to do 18 hours of work. So as far as Project 2019 is concerned, in that case, they're not over allocated. Basically, what Project 2019 is doing is leveling out or evening out the work. Now, in case of the wedding, well, we're not really that concerned about exactly what hours are being worked. The bride and groom have indicated the proportion of the time they need on each task, so I'm going to be quite happy with week-by-week leveling. The next option is the leveling range. Do I want to level the entire project, or do I want to just level a certain date range? What can sometimes happen when you're working on a long project is you may, for example, have the project in phases. And over the next phase, say the next few months, it may be important that you have the resources leveled. But for phases of a project which are much further off into the future, leveling resources might be a bit of a waste of time because you don't really have the detail in yet. So leveling resources over that period really is a waste of time and will flag problems that don't really yet exist. So in that situation, you might want to choose to say just the next few months to level. On this occasion though, we're going to leave it at level entire project. The next option we're going to look at is the leveling order. But in fact, I'm going to cover that last. I want to look at the checkboxes below that first because I'm going to briefly review those. First of all, there's an option, level only within available slack. Now we're going to talk about slack and the critical path later on in the course, but basically, if I check that box that says level only within available slack, that means that leveling will be done in such a way that the end date of the project is not delayed. Now this may well constrain how successful leveling can be, but it does mean that we can be certain that this isn't going to cause a delay in the project. At the moment, this is unchecked, so any leveling we do may well delay the end of the project. The second option, leveling can adjust individual assignments on a task. Rather than move a task, and of course the assignments associated with it for all of the resources that are assigned to the task, it can adjust individual assignments. So it could take one resource and adjust that resource's assignment on a task in order to overcome an over-allocation issue. That's currently checked, so we're going to allow that. And the third option there, leveling can create splits in remaining work. You may recall that when I did that manual leveling exercise and it moved some of the tasks associated with a tire out to the right, you may have noticed that one of the tasks was actually split into two with a sort of dash line between the two halves. What Project can do is to split outstanding tasks and say, we're going to do part of the job. Then we're going to take a break from it. Then we're going to do the other part of the job. And this is on the basis that in that gap in the middle, the resources working on the task are needed to do something else. Again, we've got this ticked, so it's allowed. The fourth option, level resources with the proposed booking type, is one we're not really going to cover on this course. You can really have two types of booking. You can have a proposed booking and a confirmed booking. Now, as I say, the use of these booking types is outside the scope of what we're covering on this course. But later on in your use of Project 2019, when you start looking at proposed and confirmed booking types, that's an important option to be aware of when you're leveling. The fifth option dictates whether leveling can be applied to manually scheduled tasks. Now, generally speaking, by default, we don't level manually scheduled tasks. But if you do want to include manually scheduled tasks, then check that box. So that's the group of 5 options. 1 or 2 of them will come up again later on in the course. And let's concentrate now on the leveling order. In Project 2019, there are 3 options for leveling order. And by default, the leveling order here is standard. And with standard, what basically happens is Project 2019 uses all of the information you've given it about resources, tasks, dependencies, constraints, etc., and does the best job that it can to level all of the resources on the project. But you do have two other options. Now, these two options are very different, but as I'm sure you appreciate by now, even using the same terminology and looking at the same types of problem on two different projects, you very often take a very different approach to solving a problem. Now, the first other option we have is called ID only. And the way that ID only leveling works is that leveling is done strictly in terms of the ID numbers. They're the numbers on the left that you can see in the table in the Gantt chart. So task 1, task 2, task 3, and so on. The higher the number, the more likely it is to be leveled. I mentioned very early on in the course that there is absolutely no reason for you to put the tasks here in, if you like, chronological order or any other order for that matter. But many people do put tasks in an order, whereby if leveling is to occur, then the ones that are, if you like, further down the schedule, the ones with the higher ID numbers, will tend to be leveled to be delayed the most. Now, that usually corresponds with the general concept that the tasks near the beginning of the schedule are the ones that are done first, and the ones nearer the end are the ones that are done last. So with ID only, that's the rule that Project 2019 follows. The other option is priority and then standard. And what happens with this is that you give projects some guidelines on the basis of priority. So let's suppose that we have a particular task that we definitely don't want to be delayed. We know it's involved in an over-allocation issue, but we don't want it to be delayed. What we would do is to give that task a higher priority than all of the other tasks. Similarly, if we have a particular task, wherever it was in the schedule, it wouldn't matter whether it was near the beginning or the end. Wherever it was, we would give that task a lower priority, and that would tend to reduce its chance of being delayed as part of the leveling process. So first of all, what I'm going to do is to try just to use standard leveling and see what sort of results we get. So I select standard and I click on level all. And Project 2019 comes up with a new schedule. Now, you're going to see some problems with the schedule straight away. The number of red over allocation indicators is greatly reduced, so that's good. You won't necessarily always see them all disappear, but there is certainly a lot less than there were before we did the leveling. But let's look at our end date. If I scroll down and take a look at the end date, well, our end date is now December the 9th, 2019. So currently the way the schedule is planned with all the tasks that we have in, we're not going to be finished until December the 9th, 2019. But let's have a look at some of the issues, because there are some issues in here. For instance, if we scroll up to catering and make caterer shortlist, you can see that there's a huge gap between make caterer shortlist and then book caterer and finalize menu. So there's clearly some work needed there on the scheduling because we don't want that huge long gap. But perhaps even more importantly, if we scroll up and take a look at the order of the dress, we can see that the ordering of the dress and the measurements and fittings and the attire generally is being left right until the very last minute. If you look at those dates up there, if you imagine that the wedding is in the middle of December, we're not doing any of these things related to attire until right up to that date. So obviously we're going to need to do something about that because that's way too late in the day to be making decisions about the attire. So standard leveling hasn't really done the job for us on this occasion. So let's undo that and let's try setting one or two priorities. Now, one of the things that takes a little bit of getting used to when you're doing leveling is that there are quite a few options, and although I'm going to demonstrate priorities now, you may alternatively choose to add things like constraints that they must start on a certain date, or even make them manually scheduled tasks. But let's suppose the first thing that I'm going to try is to say, well, the most important thing to get started with is to sort out the guest list and the invitations. And of course, as part of that, we're going to need to book the venue so that we can send out the invitations. And we're going to need to have decided on the actual date and so on. Most of that is covered by the dependencies that we've already set up. If I just make that a little bit wider. But let's go into Make Guest List and change its priority. So on the General tab, we have a priority set to 500. So let's change that to 600 and click OK. So we're making that the highest priority task. And then we're going to do the same for sending out invitations. Let's make that 600 as well. And then let's go into leveling options and choose priority standard and click level all, and let's see what happens. So now if we scroll down to wedding day, so we can see that date is now slightly earlier. It's December the 6th, 2019. So we've actually come up with a slightly better solution. So having sorted out that particular issue, we might turn our attention now to the attire and give that a higher priority than it currently has. And maybe also look at some of the other tasks, perhaps ones which could do with a lower priority, so things like the florist. We may decide that the florist is one of the last things we would need to do. But in that way, with selective use of priorities, we should be able to come up with a pretty good schedule. So what I want you to do next is to give you a chance to try a little bit of resource leveling and scheduling now on the bathroom refit project. So we're going to do that in exercise 4, and that's going to be covered in the next section. So I'll see you then. Hello there, and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, I'm going to set you exercise 4. Now, this is a reasonably straightforward exercise, but it takes a little bit of explaining. Now, I'm starting you with a version of the bathroom refit project, version 04A, and I've set up some resources. But I'm only really concerned here with the resources in the second part of the project. So for the first 2 phases, the parts that I'm effectively going to do myself, where I'm not going to do things like look into the color scheme and the tiles and all those things, I'm not really too worried about resourcing those. In fact, with those, I've generally set up the task type to fixed duration. But later on in the project, for the implementation phase and also the completion phase, I've allocated some resources. These are people I'm going to employ to do the work on the refit for me. As you can see, we have some resource over allocation issues. But if I just look now at the resource sheet, you'll see that I've set up an electrician, a plumber, and a contractor. The contractor is basically a general builder, so somebody who's able to do most of the jobs that I'm going to need to get done during this bathroom refit. And as you can see, it's the contractor who is over allocated. Now, the first thing I'd like you to do is to move the start date of the project to tomorrow. That is your tomorrow, not my tomorrow when I'm recording this course, but your tomorrow, as though you were actually going to start doing all of this work from tomorrow. Now, when I move my start date to tomorrow, I finish up with an end date of May the 1st. Now, clearly it's very unlikely you'll finish up with the same end date as me, but make a mental note of that end date because the next step is to level the resources. And in order to do that, I want you to use the standard leveling. And I want you to do it in such a way that you're quite happy for the refit complete date to move out to be later on. And I want you to do it on a week by week basis. So that's the first exercise. Now, when I do that, my refit complete date goes back about 10 days or so. And you should find that yours goes out by about 10 days as well. So given this one contractor, and given the electrician and the plumber and the plan that I've got here, I can stick with those resources and it will delay the end date by about 10 days. So that's the first part of the exercise. If you do get a slightly different date to that, bear in mind it could just be the way that your weekends are falling. Then what I want you to do is I want you to clear the leveling again. Now what I want you to do is to level those resources on a day-by-day basis without changing the end date. So the end date is still going to be whatever you started, whatever your end date is, if you like. The end date you got straight after you moved the start date of the project. Now the obvious question is, how am I going to do that? How am I going to keep the same end date and clear all of the over allocations? The answer to that is you're going to use more contractors. The question for you is, how many more do you need to use? My answer to that is in 4B. Good luck with that, and I'll see you in the next section. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section and the next section or two, we're going to take a look at views in Project 2019. You've already seen a few different views, such as Gantt chart view already. We're going to look at quite a few others in the next couple of sections. But I'm also going to introduce you to some general aspects of views that will help you as your knowledge and use of Project 2019 develops. Now, in a little bit of a break from tradition, we're going to look at the exercise, the bathroom refit exercise version 04B. And this is my answer to exercise 4 during this section. And one of the reasons for doing that is I want to explain a couple of things about my solution to exercise 4. Hopefully your solution to exercise 4 will have been pretty similar to mine, but I'm going to show you one or two tools that probably would have helped you to do the exercise a little more easily. But first of all, a little reminder about some basic features of views. Now we're currently showing Gantt chart view. If you look on the View tab, the leftmost button, Gantt chart, is highlighted. That's the one that's currently in use. Don't forget you've got those specific buttons down at the bottom right hand end of the status bar that let you switch between some of the more commonly used views. And you've also got a zoom control down there as well. Now up on the ribbon, up on the View tab in the first two groups, one of them says Task Views and one of them says Resource Views. Now typically you'll use the views in those two groups for those specific purposes. So clearly the views that you're most likely to use for tasks are in Task View and those for resources are in Resource View. However, if you click on Other Views, you'll see a complete list of views from the More Views list just here. You'll find that as you use Project 2019, it will update some of the views that are on the drop-down menus based on your use of them. Now at the moment, I'm looking at More Views in the Resource Views group. You can see that one of the views there is Gantt chart. So as you can see, I can access these views from various different places. Now the other thing to remember is that many views involve a split of the screen. In fact, some of them involve not only a vertical split like this one, but you can have a horizontal split, which we're going to look at in the next section. Now it's pretty straightforward to move that split line to change how much information you can see on the table on the left here or in the right of the chart. So you can just drag and drag it back in again, depending on how much of each one you want to see. So that's entirely up to you, but very easy to change the way that you're viewing the Gantt chart and the task list. You can also change the width of any of the columns. So for example, if you decided that the predecessor's column here was maybe too wide, if you put the cursor to the right of the dividing line in its header and click with the mouse, when you get that double-headed arrow, you can just click and drag in, or you can drag out depending on how wide or narrow you want that column. And if I wanted, for example, to make the start date a little bit wider, I could again get that double-headed arrow, click and drag out to the right, and I've made the start date wider. So that's how you can adjust what's on the left-hand half of the view. But now let's take a look at a completely different view related to task. Let's go into Task Usage View. In Task Usage View, what you have is a list of the tasks, and for all the tasks where resources are assigned, it shows how much resource is used. Now, if you remember with the bathroom refit project, the first couple of phases don't have any resources in use. But as we get down into the implementation phase, we can see each task. So let's say, for example, here, task 43, gut existing bathroom, that has a contractor assigned to it. Now I'm going to make the task name column slightly wider, but what you can see here is the amount of resource that's used on a particular task. So let's take, for example, the gut existing bathroom again. Now the resource used is a contractor, and the amount of work is 8 hours. And we can see in the view on the right that where 8 hours occurs, it's on Friday, March the 29th, 2019. So here we can see where our resource is being used, but not only can we see where the resource is being used and how much of it is being used, we can also see various subtotals. So for instance, we have preparation, which is task 41. And the totals for preparation are shown here by each day. So on Friday we have 8 hours, Monday 8 hours, Tuesday 24 hours, so on and so forth. Now the 24 hours on the Tuesday is made up of 8 there, 8 there, and 8 there. So that's how we get to our 24. So you can see how the work that's being done is broken down by task and by resource. Now, sometimes when you're looking at a task usage view, the amount of information can actually seem quite overwhelming. The bathroom refit is not a huge project, but already as we scroll through time and through the tasks, you can see just how much is going on and how much work is being done. This is a situation where using the outlining that I showed you earlier on in the course can be very useful. So let's go up to the data group, still staying on the View tab, and click on Outline. And let's say that we only want to see level 2. Now with level 2, we only see the level 2 tasks. However, if we look at where the work is all happening, you'll see the totals for each of those tasks. And of course, if you want to, we could go back to outlining and select level 1. And now if we go back up to the top here, you'll see the implementation phase and how much work is being done on the overall phase on each day. And also note right at the top, you can see how much work is being done overall on the project. So you can see how we can control the level of detail that we can see in Task Usage View. And if we turn our attention now to what we call the time phase data on the right, we can do quite a lot there to customize the view to our specific requirements at any time. If you look up on the View tab and in the Zoom group, you can see we have a control called Timescale, and currently days are selected. Now there's quite a few other options in that drop down, so let's take a look at weeks, for example. And there we can see on a week-by-week basis how much work is being done. So we can see our totals for each week. Now, when you make a selection like that, what you finish up with quite often is pretty much a whole project squashed into a very thin amount of space, and you may want to widen things out or see a little bit more. And there are quite a few other options with Zoom that I want to take a look at next. One of the most useful ones of all is this one just here, Entire Project. Note the screen tip description. Update the view so the entire project is visible on the screen. Now that will work in any view where you've got time phase data. So it starts at the beginning of the project. In this particular project, the first 2 phases, we don't have any resources assigned, so we've got no work being done. But we do have, as we scroll across, the recorded work in the latter part. Now you also have a zoom control just here. So you can do things like zoom in or you can zoom out. Often when you do that, you might well lose sight of exactly where you are in terms of the project. You might have to use the scroll bars on the right or at the bottom in order to bring everything back into view. The other thing to notice here, and this can be a little bit unnerving at first, is that sometimes when you do a particular view, like entire project, what Project 2019 does is to adjust the timescale to what is sometimes a strange setting. So for instance, in doing what I've done there, the timescale is now 5 days. So it's doing it in chunks of 5 days, which is a rather strange unit of time, although of course it copes with it perfectly well. These totals of work will still be completely accurate. Now sometimes that sort of thing can be a little bit annoying. There is ultimately, though, a way that you can adjust timescale where you can pretty much achieve whatever effect you want to achieve. So let me show you how to do the ultimate adjustment of the view of time on the right there. If I right click over the heading, one of the options there is timescale, and that brings up the timescale dialog box. And you can have up to 3 tiers of time, so you can see there top tier, middle tier and bottom tier. And currently in timescale options, I have show 2 tiers. So let me just change that to 3 tiers. And then I'm going to set each of those 3 tiers by selecting the appropriate tab in the dialog and then saying what I want to show in that particular tab. At the moment, don't worry too much about non-working time. We'll just concentrate on the first 3 tabs. So in the top tier, for my units, I'm going to put quarters. So I can then choose how I want those quarters labelled. And the default there is Q1 2009. Let's suppose instead that I want Q1 09, Q2 09, so on and so forth. And how many of them do I want at a time? Well, I'm just going to do them 1 at a time. And remember what I said just now about 3 days? Well, if you wanted it marked in 3 days or 3 quarters, you'd say 3 of them in here. You can also say how you want those markers in the header there aligned, and I'm going to stick with left aligned. And very importantly, you can also scale the view, and I'm going to show you that in a moment. So let's go to the middle tier. And for middle tier, we're going to keep it on months, and we're going to say January 09 is our label. And I'm happy for it to be left aligned, and I'm going to say I want a count of 2. And let's go to the bottom tier, and here we're going to have weeks. I'm going to change the label to this format, and we're going to have a count of 1. And I'm going to align these ones to the center. Now there's a preview down at the bottom here which gives you an idea of what the whole setup is going to look like. So let's give that a go. So you can see it's made quite a substantial change. Now that's probably overdoing it a little bit, but hopefully you get the idea from that you can modify the way that you're viewing things in that window. So just to recap, I have my timescale ordered by quarter at the top, then by month, and then by weeks. And not only can I adjust that in a very flexible way, but I can also scale it. So let's go in and scale this now. Let's suppose that I think, well, actually that's a little too wide. I need to cover a longer period. So let's right click again and bring up timescale. And I'm going to select the top tier, and currently it's at 107%. So let's go for 75% and click on OK. Now, as you can see that I've made that adjustment, and that looks a little bit better. I can see a little bit more information on the screen. Now you can use that approach to presenting time phase data on the right there, labeling, scaling, etc. Up to 3 time scales on any view that has time phase data on the right. So we've done all of this in task usage view. Clearly you could also do exactly the same thing in Gantt chart view as well. So in the next section, we're going to take a look at resource usage. I'm going to talk a little more about the answer to exercise 4, and then I'm going to show you how to split the view horizontally and how it helps you when you use Project 2019. But that's it for this section. I will see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section we're going to continue looking at views and we're going to start by looking at resource views. Now I'm still looking at exercise 04B and I'm going to go back into the View tab, and in the Resource Views group, let's first of all look at the resource sheet. Now this is often the view we use to set up our resources, and of course it's got a lot of the information about each resource on it, and will also often contain helpful indicators such as over-allocation indicators. So that one's pretty straightforward and something that we've looked at before. So let's jump to the view above it, Resource Usage. And Resource Usage View is sort of a complement of Task Usage View. And what Resource Usage View gives us is a list of resources, and then for each resource, a list of the tasks that that resource is working on. Now, as usual, there's a certain amount of readjustment needed here in order to make the columns and the split of the view a little bit more helpful. So I'm going to quickly do that. And you see that the first resource listed is unassigned. So the unassigned tasks, and those are the ones that don't have any resources assigned to them, that's really quite a long list on this particular project. As you know, the first two phases I haven't yet allocated any resources to. But if I go down now to the main body of what's in phases 3 and 4, I have 3 resources: electrician, plumber, and contractor. And for each one, I can see a list of tasks that have that resource working on them. Now, this can be a very useful facility for getting a list of the task that each resource is working on. And of course, you've got the work hours shown on the right there. In fact, the top of this section, the unassigned section, is often very useful because it will basically tell you which tasks you haven't got any resources assigned to as yet. And very often you'll want to go through that and make sure that you haven't missed anything. The right-hand half of this particular view is a conventional timescale, so it shows the time phase data on the work for these resources. And of course, you can customize that in the way that I showed you in the preceding section. Now, you probably would have found this a very useful view to use to help you with exercise 4. But there's another resource view which can be very helpful when you're looking for over allocations and how to resolve them. And that's the resource graph. So I'm going to click on Other Views. And one of the items listed there is Resource Graph. Now, this really is quite a different way of looking at resources on a project. The left hand of the display shows a little panel for a resource, in this case contractor, and you step through the resources using the scroll bar at the bottom. So you can see as I move this scroll bar, it changes to plumber, move it again, electrician, back to plumber, back to contractor. Now if I use the scroll bar on the right, it takes me through the time scale of the project. And what you'll see is the workload for the contractor resource in graphical form. Now let me just jump back to the resource sheet. And of course, we solved our over allocation issue by having 3 contractors. That 300% there denotes 3 contractors. So let's go back to the situation where we only had 1 contractor. So we need to take this back to 100%. And you can see my over allocation now pops up. So let's go back to the resource graph. Now you can see how this resource graph here would immediately have shown you where your over allocation problem was. I'm just going to zoom out very slightly. And you can see that the contractor is over allocated, and you can see exactly where the contractor is over allocated as well. So this is a very good view for identifying where over allocations occur. So I've introduced you there to a couple of other important views. There are many more in Project 2019. If I click on Other Views and then on More Views, I get this More Views dialog where you can access the many different available views. We're going to be looking at some more of those during the course, but I strongly suggest that you work your way through those and have a little experiment. And you can create your own views. You can copy a view as a starting point for a custom view, and you can edit the definition of a view. So as your use of Project 2019 develops, it's a good idea to find out about customizing views because it can really save you a lot of time and effort. Now, what I want to look at next is splitting the view. So I'm going to go back to Gantt chart view, and I'm going to go to the Split Views group on the View tab, and I'm going to click on the Details checkbox. And what that does is to split my view into two horizontal parts. The top part is still the Gantt chart, and the bottom part is now the task form. Now, the important thing about this is that the task form will show the task information for the selected task in the Gantt chart. So you can see there I've selected task 5, select style, and I can see all of the information related to that task, including things like any predecessors. Now let me go further down the project and select prepare for flooring. And what I actually see in the task form is I see the resource names here. So the contractor is the resource for this particular task. I'll also see the predecessors just here. Now, what you see in this task form is something that you can choose. So you can decide which particular information to show in this task form, and I'll come to that in just a moment. But if I use these next and previous buttons, they'll take me through the tasks in the project. So I've currently got prepare for flooring, which is task ID 45. Let's look at next. And you'll see that I now get the task information for task ID 46, prepare for painting. So I can control how I move through using the next and previous buttons. Now, as I mentioned just now, you can actually choose what you want to show in the bottom for the selected task. And if you right click on the task form, it gives you options. So we have predecessors and successors, resources and predecessors, schedule, work, cost, so on and so forth. And if we were to select something like schedule, it will even show in there the amount of work required for that particular task. So in this case, 16 hours, and I can also see the scheduled start date and the scheduled finish date. And I can also see the leveling delay that's currently applied. So there's really a good selection of things that you can show in task form view, and we can add more to this, which we're going to go into later on. So if I go back into the split view group and the drop down next to details, you can even choose what is shown in the lower part of the split view. So currently we have task form there. I could show resource form. Now, you might think that's a little bit strange, isn't it? Showing the resource form when you've got a task shown in the top. But in fact, what it means is that if I'm looking at prepare for painting task, the person who's working on that is a contractor. And what I'm seeing at the bottom here is the work that the contractor is currently scheduled to do. So I can actually look at what one of the resources working on that selected task is doing. If I choose as my selected task second fix electrics, I'd see that an electrician is currently assigned to these two tasks. Now, when you've finished using a split view, there is a couple of ways of switching it off. One of them is to simply uncheck the details box up here. So the other way is just to hover over the split bar there till you get the double arrow for the cursor, and then just drag it off the bottom of the screen. So let's do the horizontal one, like so. So there are a couple of other things I'd like to show you about views. You've already seen how to use the zoom to entire project, but sometimes when you're working on just part of a particular project, you may want to get some kind of automatic zoom so that you can see the most detail of that part of the project. So let's suppose I was interested in the preparation phase of the bathroom refit. If I just select those tasks in the preparation phase, go to the zoom group, the zoom button, And in the Zoom dialog, if I select selected tasks, what Project 2019 will do is it just zooms to those tasks. And in that way, I can get the maximum amount of detail in a view. And finally, one other very useful view I'd like to show you. Let me go back to the top of this project and just make sure I haven't got a particular task selected. And let's look at the calendar view. Now, calendar view is a very interesting one where you can see the tasks of the project set out in a calendar. And note how the milestones are coloured differently. So they're showing here on mine in a grey colour, whereas everything else is in blue. And you've got selected tabs at the top there for month, week, and custom view. And you could use that for showing a custom number of weeks in a date range that you specify. So that's calendar view, which can be very useful when looking at what's coming up on a project. That's basically all I've got for you on views in this section. In the next section, we're going to take a look at timelines, so please join me for that. Hello there and welcome back to our course on Project 2019. In this section, we're going to take a look at timelines, and primarily timelines are used as a communication and presentation tool. A timeline can be a pretty good way of getting a summary of aspects, possibly even all aspects of a project, and presenting them to an audience, perhaps who aren't as interested in the detail of your projects as you are, or certainly an audience where the people don't have or use Microsoft Project. So you want to show them just the right amount of detail of a project, maybe highlight certain points, without going into the sort of complex diagram that we have here for the wedding. So first of all, let's switch on the timeline for the wedding and see what it looks like at the moment. So I'm going to go up to View, and in the Split View group, I'm going to select Timeline. Now along the top of the timeline, you have dates, and the left-hand end by default is the start date, and the right-hand end by default is the finish date of the project. Now at the moment, there are no tasks shown on the timeline, and the only other thing shown is a marker indicating today. If I wanted to show some tasks on the timeline, and let's suppose I wanted to show the selecting and ordering of the bridesmaids' dresses, I can right-click and select Add to Timeline. And it now appears in the timeline. And you can see its duration in particular relative in duration to the overall project as well. So let's add another one. I'm going to go to Make Guest List, right-click and select Add to Timeline. And there you can see that one pop up on the timeline as well. So it's a really nice way of getting an idea of where tasks are in the timeline in relation to each other and in relation to the overall project. Having added a couple of tasks to the timeline, it's very easy to take them off again. So if I right-click on Make Guest List, whilst I don't have a Remove from Timeline option, you will see that the Add to Timeline little icon is highlighted. So it's essentially a toggle. So if I want to remove that from the timeline, I just click Add to Timeline again, and that will be removed. It's important to recognize that you don't use the timeline in some automated way. You select what to add, and you'll usually select it on the basis of the purpose of the timeline, which, as I mentioned earlier, will quite often be some kind of presentation or summary of progress on all or part of a project. Now, one of the very important aspects of a timeline is that you might want to format it. And if I go and select my timeline, if you look up, we have a Timeline Tools contextual ribbon with a Format sub-ribbon. And that contains lots of facilities, for instance, to change the colour of the bars or to change the text styles and so on. So I could jump in here and change the colour very easily. I could increase the font size if I wanted to. And that's a bit too large, so I'm going to take that one back, but I'm going to leave it on orange. So I'll pretty much leave you to experiment with those and get that set up however you would like. Now there's nothing to stop you working on the timeline in the way I have it set up here. It's a very convenient way for adding and removing tasks, but you can actually work on the timeline on its own. And sometimes the rest of the display can be quite distracting. So let's adopt timeline view. And you can do this in a couple of ways. If you right click on the grey bar to the left there on Gantt chart, one of the optional views that comes up is timeline. But what you could also do, if I just undo that, is you could do the same thing by simply just dragging that divider all the way down to the bottom. And you'll see now that timeline view occupies the whole of the view. And one of the advantages of this is that you can build up a quite complex content for the timeline without the distraction of, as we had just now, a Gantt chart. And you may think to yourself, yeah, but that's not really very helpful, is it? Because I can't see the task to add anymore. But there are a couple of ways of doing that. With the timeline selected on the Timeline Tools Format tab, in the Insert group, there is an Existing Tasks button. If you click on that, it brings up a hierarchical list of existing tasks. And if you want to put 2 or 3 more tasks onto the timeline, you can select them and then click on OK. So for example, if we scroll down to, let's go to Details, and we'll add these 3. And there we go. So not only are they added to the timeline, but if necessary, the height of the timeline is adjusted to accommodate tasks that are actually happening at the same time. You could also add completely new tasks. You could add a task which isn't even in the schedule yet. So again, up to that Format ribbon, and from the Insert group, select Task. So I can now go through and fill in the task information dialog as normal. And when I click on OK, it would appear on the timeline and in my project schedule as well. Now, of course, for it to appear in the right place in the project, I may have to select dependencies, I may have to set a start date and so on. But I can certainly enter the details of the task and have it added to both the schedule and the timeline in this way. I can also add a milestone in that way. And I can also add something called a call out task. Now this is basically going to do the same as adding the task, but the task will in this case appear on the timeline as a call out. Now what happens with a call out is that it appears outside the timeline as almost a sort of note. So let's just cancel that. And let's take this task here, register wedding and get license. If I right click, I can display as call out. And there you go. It sort of appears as a call out outside of the timeline as an additional note. Now earlier on I mentioned that one of the main reasons that people use timelines is for communication and presentation purposes. And if you have a timeline like this, then in order to present it or include it in, say, a PowerPoint presentation or send it to somebody in an email, you have a number of options. So again, up to that Format tab, in the Copy group, there's one option, and that is Copy Timeline. And that button has 3 options: Copy for email, for presentation, and Copy full size. Copy will basically copy it to the clipboard and then you can paste it in an appropriate format. And the final thing I want to show you here is the main new feature in Project 2019 in relation to timelines, and that's the ability to have more than one timeline. So let's suppose we want to just highlight a particular, perhaps shorter period in the project and add some tasks to that particular period. So let's just say I want to see what's going on between June and July only. If I go back up to the Format ribbon, in the Insert group, I have Timeline bar. And when I click that, you'll see that it adds a secondary timeline. And what I'm going to do is go in and just change the dates to June and July. So right click on the timeline and select date range. I'm going to set custom dates and I'm going to select the beginning of June, and my finish date will be the end of July. And now then, of course, I could add some tasks to that timeline. I could even take tasks that I already have on a timeline and drag them down to this one. So if I say select and book, and you can see how that displays in relation to the timeline. Let's do the other one, select and order bridesmaids dresses. And there we go. And you can see again, the timeline adjusts vertically as I add more tasks. So that gives you the ability to use multiple timelines. Now, if I revert back to Gantt chart view, and I'll switch timeline on again, I'll see both of those timelines, and I can add tasks to either, remove tasks from either, drag them between timelines, and so on.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get the Project 2019 course exercise files, click over there. And click over there to watch more Microsoft Project videos on YouTube from Simon Says It.